Chapter 2653 Whose Tomb? Chapter 2653 Whose Tomb? Smelling the human's presence immediately roused everyone from their stupor. In the whole plaza, countless zombies with green eyes towered over them. These zombies were clad in bronze armor, and their level was even higher than that of the 10,000-year-old zombies on the outside. Moreover, the quantity was enormous, more than enough to make your heart tremble. Holy sh*t. This f*ck. The zombie country? That's not right. This is the same as terracotta soldiers. Could it be that old Qin is lying in the inner space? The moment Long Fei entered, the others didn't know since his scalp was a little numb. The scene was similar to that of the terracotta soldiers of the first emperor. With the sound of the armor, warrior appeared like a huge army. There were generals, war horses, and even weapons in hand. In his previous life, Long Fei had always had all sorts of speculations regarding Qin Shi Huang's tomb, and now, even Long Fei suspected that Qin Shi Huang was buried in this different world. Could it be that old Qin is here? Holy sh*t. This scene is too abnormal. Gudong. Long Fei swallowed his saliva heavily and said, "Don't move about too much for now, the people here are a bit different than the ones outside." The dark unicorn said, "I forgot to explain at the beginning, they would awaken the moment they smell the scent. What do we do now?" "Don't worry. We'll deal with them as we can. A group of evil things, do I have to be afraid of them?" Long Fei quickly walked to the front and looked at the green light flashing around him. The aura emitted by these guys all belonged to that kind of evil aura. It was different from the power of the Ming clan. It belonged to that evil aura. In another place, Mystic Moon Plaza, another golden armor elder rushed over and said, "Is that really a remnant of the Ming clan?" "That's right. Just now, you actually released the second power of the Ming clan, Underworld Fire. Although it's not too strong, my senses can't be wrong," the golden armor elder said. Underworld Fire, this is the second power of the superforce of Ming clan, only those who truly possess it can release it. The ancient inheritance's representative has appeared? The gold-armored warrior was excited. Super force of Ming clan. It could be said to be the power of an ancient inheritance in the top 10 rankings. It was also because of this power that Ming clan was able to dominate universal realm. In the Great War between the two races, the Ming clan was defeated, Pluto was killed, and most of the great powerhouse of the Ming clan fell, with a small number of them escaping. From then on, the super force of Ming clan never appeared in the universal realm again. The power of the Ming clan's ancient inheritance was also a power that the gods' tribe had been bitterly searching for. Now it had finally appeared. How could he not be happy? As long as this power could be brought back to the gods' tribe, the position of the gods' tribe would be consolidated and the power of the Emperor Xian would become even stronger. Golden Armor Elder said, "That's right, we brothers are going to make a move now. As long as we bring him back to God's tribe, he will definitely reward us with ancient inheritance's power, and at that time we can also ascend to the position of elders." Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The two of them laughed excitedly. And then, one of them said, "The entrance to the secret world has been destroyed. We need to reopen the entrance to the secret world now. This matter is easy to handle. Leave it to me." The golden armor elder walked forward and narrowed his eyes. The divine light around his body suddenly exploded and his hands inserted into the air. He began to search for the gaps between the secret worlds. He used the opening as the entrance and reopened the entrance. In the Xian Yu secret territory. They're inside. What do we do now? I don't want to die here. Why not? We will look for the secret world's exit and let him enter. This is considered our achievement, so he should let us go, right? I agree. Powerhouse of God's tribe is not an unreasonable person. If we help him, he will definitely let us go. All right. Everyone move out together. Long Fei. After half a minute, all of the 10,000-year-old zombies in the plaza woke up. Crack! Crisp sound rang out as if the needle on the clock had moved. Next, the eyes of those zombies suddenly glowered, and the coldness in their eyes was menacing. Incomparable savagery. Evil and savage auras crazily pounced over, and the entire secret world instantly turned into a purgatory. And at this moment, the 10,000-year zombies started to move, surging towards Long Fei and the others. It was no different from the waves of zombie in the movies. The only difference was that these 10,000-year zombies were much more powerful. Long Fei's gaze tensed up and he said solemnly, "It's starting. Calm down." Transformers stepped forward slightly and stood on Long Fei's left. The big-size man also took a step forward, standing on Long Fei's right. One on the left and the other on the right, they were like diamond protectors, and both of them had their eyes fixed on the zombie that was charging towards them. Huff! Phew! Inhale! Long Fei clenched both his fists. With a move of his right hand, the underworld thunder appeared in his hands. And then, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he said faintly, "Although I can't level up, I can still increase my experience. Maybe after entering the higher planes, I'll be able to directly level up." "If that's the case, then..." Long Fei laughed lightly. "Old Qin, even if these are your guards, the terracotta soldiers, we all come from the same plane, but there is nothing we can do about it. Brothers!" Long Fei shouted loudly and then said heavily, "Explode all of your strongest powers. One wave rush. Kill." As soon as he finished, Transformers and the big-size man took the lead and rushed out. The three-headed, six-armed King Kong swept out with its huge club like a demon king, directly knocking over a large number of zombies. But it did not kill. Zombies belonged to the immortal type of evil creatures, so they were not that easy to kill. However, the attacks coming from behind caught up with them, and the HP of the zombies above their heads frantically fell. They were completely unable to defend against the attacks. If it was before, if Long Fei had recklessly entered, he would not have been able to hold on for even a second and would have been instantly killed. But now, they were all the valiant powerhouse of the Zhen Wu realm. All of them were like fierce tigers. Crazy slaughter. The lightning on the underworld thunder wildly raged. At the same time, the system beep began to go berserk. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 10,000-year zombie 4, obtaining 100,000 experience, 1,000 true chi points, and 1 arrogant god energy value point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 10,000-year zombie. Reward: 100,000 experience points, 1,000 true chi points, 1 arrogant god energy value point. It exploded in a frenzy. These people were too valiant. Half an hour later, the 10,000-year zombie formation was completely destroyed. Long Fei stood at the lowest entrance level and lightly exhaled. First Emperor Qin's tomb? Or is it the grave of the Netherworm? Or something else? I heard that the first emperor has the Yin Soldier Undying seal on his body. If it's true, I can only hope that it really is old Qin's grave, hee. Long Fei's gaze tightened and said, "Enter." Chapter 2654 Azure Dragon Pulling the Coffin. Chapter 2654 Azure Dragon Pulling the Coffin. He didn't think too much about it. Whatever was inside had to go in. Moreover, Long Fei was looking forward to it. What if there was a big boss inside? "Enter," Long Fei faintly said. The dark unicorn immediately rushed forward and said, "Boss, the aura inside is too dangerous, should we?" Tang Renji's nose twitched and said, "The aura inside is indeed very terrifying and is an aura that I have never felt before. The aura of power that does not belong to this world." Everyone looked at Long Fei. Long Fei secretly frowned and said, "I'll go in and scout out the way first, then come out and call for you guys?" Transformers immediately said, "Boss, I'll go." Without waiting for Long Fei to stop it, the Transformers rushed in. Buzz. Its huge body was engulfed by the black vortex. Long Fei's heart tightened. He was no longer in a hurry to stop them. Seeing Transformers being swallowed, Long Fei could not help but become worried. Eorong stepped forward. "Don't worry, Kong Kim's cultivation has reached the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. After exploding out, he should be fine." Eorong walked over to Long Fei's side. Princess Sand Moon also walked over and said, "Don't worry." Gui Qingshan shot Xiao Dai a glance and lowered his voice. Go, Xiao Dai, you go as well." Xiao Dai was a little confused. He looked at the corner of Gui Qingshan's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Father, why are the corners of your eyes constantly twitching? Are you okay?" Gui Qingshan's forehead was covered in black lines. "I'm fine." "Oh," Xiao Dai said softly, and muttered, "Why are your eyes popping out? I thought your eyelids were cramping." Gui Qingshan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He really wanted Xiao Dai to become Long Fei's woman. However, Xiao Dai was missing a muscle. However, Xiao Dai was not an idiot. How could she not understand? But to her, being able to look at Long Fei quietly from behind was enough. A few minutes later, there were no movements. Transformers did not come out. Long Fei could not sit still any longer. Looking at the entrance of the black whirlpool, he continuously released his spirit chi and poured into it. He felt as if he was instantly swallowed up. He couldn't feel anything at all. Tang Renjie frowned and said faintly, "It's very strange." Long Fei said, "Why is it strange?" Tang Renjie said, "Obviously King Kong went in, but the energy in that space did not fluctuate at all. It's too strange." The Dark Unicorn also added, "That's right, there's really not the slightest bit of change." At this moment, the big bloke took a step forward and said, "I'll go in and take a look." Boom! He was afraid that Long Fei would stop him, so he instantly charged into the mouth. The vortex of darkness engulfed everything. The big bloke also instantly entered. Long Fei's expression tightened, and immediately said, "Without my order, you are not allowed to enter without permission." And then, Long Fei looked at Tang Renjie and asked, "Can you feel the big-sized guy's chi?" Tang Renjie shook his head again, and said, "No, it's too strange. This secret world is too strange. It seems this entrance leads to countless secret world. Why is this happening? An entrance led to a secret world. But this entrance gave Tang Renjie a feeling as though he had entered countless secret worlds. It felt like it was random, and he had no idea where it would lead to. And then again, the dangerous aura Tang Renjie sensed was just like a reflection in a mirror. He could see it, but he just could not enter it. Chief Captain walked over and said, "Junior brother, I'll go take a look." "No way." Long Fei immediately stopped him and said, "This secret world is a little strange, we can't recklessly enter." Tang Renjie said, "It's indeed strange, even if they were to go in, they would probably be able to come out, but they didn't even have any reactions when they went in. I feel that they would either be lost, or bound by some kind of forbidden force, or maybe they already." Xiao Dai immediately glared and shouted, "You crow mouth, you dare talk nonsense, I will tear your mouth to shreds." Tang Renjie immediately shut his mouth. "I'll go in." Elucien walked over and said, "I'll tie a rope around my body. I'll come out as soon as I get in." At this time, Long Fei had no other choice. Elucien walked to the front. Long Fei reminded him, "Uncle E, be careful." Eorong said worriedly, "Father, you must be careful." Elucien smiled faintly and said, "Relax, I will be careful." He tied the rope and strode into the entrance. Black vortex engulfing. The rope was slowly being brought inside. However, 10 seconds later, the rope suddenly stopped moving. Gui Qingshan's eyes became serious. He immediately stepped forward and pulled the rope back, and then the other end of the rope was undone. Eorong's eyes tensed up and suddenly shouted out, "Father!" At this moment, she didn't have time to think about that many instants as she rushed in. Yorong! Long Fei also shouted out, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Watching Yorong entering the black vortex, Long Fei's heart turned sinister. Buzz! Yorong disappeared. Tang Renjie still shook his head. I have yet to reach that place. None of them reached that place. This place is too strange. Boss, I suggest we retreat first. Xiao Dai said, we have no other choice. Could this really be the necropolis that Sister Yi spoke of, the necropolis that leads to the underworld? Why did so many people disappear when they went in? Xiao Dai was extremely worried. Everyone felt a shiver in their hearts. The netherworld? The realm of death? Long Fei was a little angry in his heart and scolded in his heart. I'll just see what kind of damned thing you have inside. Even if it's the underworld, I'll still beat him up. And then, Long Fei looked at the rest of the people and said, you are not allowed to enter without my order. Before I come out, you absolutely can't go in. Wait for me here, and wait for them to come out as well. Do you understand? He wanted to go in. Long Fei could not take it anymore. One by one, they disappeared into the water. It was as if a stone had been thrown into water. There wasn't even a splash. What was this called? F*ck me. It doesn't matter if he is the grave of the netherworm or the tomb of the first emperor. And then, Long Fei gave them a heavy look and said, remember what I said, do not come in. He stepped into the dark entrance. Buzz! Long Fei's body was engulfed by the darkness energy. In that instant, Long Fei felt as if he had appeared in an ethereal world of darkness. It was dark here. Nothing. He could not feel any presence at all. He turned around to look at the entrance. The entrance had also disappeared. Long Fei's eyes were shocked. He roared, who cares if you're a god or a demon, come out. In the dark abyss, an aura suddenly roiled out, and then a malevolent creature appeared. A dragon. Azure Dragon. He pulled a huge coffin with him. Chapter 26:55 Will let you go to heaven. Chapter 26:55 Will let you go to heaven, Walala. 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 With the sound of space being torn apart, fissures began to appear one after another. Next, powerful energy surged out from the crack. A huge hole was torn open in the space. It's connected. Ha ha ha. It's connected. It's connected. Powerhouse of God's tribe has opened up this boundary. The Xianyu sect disciples and the 100 over Zhen Wu realm powerhouse started to boil. At the same time, they all knelt in front of the crack in boundary, more respectful than a grandson to their grandfather. Not long later, a golden armor elder walked out with an ice-cold look in his eyes. Seeing so many people kneeling in front of him, he curled his lips and laughed sinisterly. He was extremely disdainful. Of course, if these people did not release their qi just now to let him feel the location of the secret world, it would have been impossible to open up the connection to the secret world so quickly. These dregs. Golden Armor Elder laughed coldly. Welcome, Presbyter of God's tribe. Welcome, Presbyter of God's tribe. Welcome, Presbyter of God's tribe. They tried their best to make the loudest sounds they could. Their faces were red as they kneeled on the ground and shouted in unison. Extremely fierce. At this time, another golden armor elder walked in, and seeing this situation, he disdainfully sneered. Where did that kid go? Golden armor elder immediately asked. An old man said, they have entered the next level of secret world. Huh! The golden armor elder immediately looked towards the great hall in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he laughed. It really is the aura of the Ming clan. I never thought that the Zhen Wu continent would actually hide remnants of the Ming clan. Lord, they want to use this place to get out through another exit and get rid of you. A man said. Golden armor elder sneered. You still want to escape? Humph. He's overestimating himself. A Xianyu sect elder said. Master is right, he is a thing that does not know his place, he has always been arrogant, and does not put anyone in his eyes, even you, Master, in his eyes we did not see him as anything, and because of this we split up with him, and he actually wants to go against you. Going against God's tribe is going against the heavens. Is he trying to court death? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Golden Armor Elder laughed out loud, looked at the man and said, "You are right, opposing God's tribe is opposing the heavens, not bad, not bad. You have a reward." When the Xian sect elder heard the word reward, his eyes lit up and he immediately became excited. He immediately kowtowed and said, thank you, Master, thank you, Master." His head was about to burst. Not even when they met their ancestors. Golden Armor Elder waved his right hand, and an elixir flew in front of the Xian sect elder. Looking at the elixir in front of him, he never thought that there would be such a day, when the powerhouse of God's tribe would reward him with an elixir. How much power did it contain? Eating one might even break the shackles of flying into the virtual. The eyes of the surrounding people all stared straight at him, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The other elders also said, "Sir, I am willing to be the vanguard to capture that boy. Lord, that kid is courting death. They want to enter the magic tribe. Lord, with a single word from you, I'll immediately kill him. My lord." He called her Master and Master, calling her Master even more intimately than his own father. The pills of God's tribe. A golden pill. Who doesn't want it? This could be the greatest opportunity of their lives, an opportunity that could soar into the heavens. Who would want to miss it? One by one, they began to kowtow in a frenzy. The two Golden Armor Elders laughed and said, "Good, good, good. Come, come, come. I'll give these elixir to you then. This is your fortune." Ha ha ha! While they were talking, a bunch of elixir S and a handful of elixir S were scattered around. Those people who were kneeling on the ground were fighting over them, they were all moved to tears. "My lord, you are my living parent. My lord, you are even more intimate than my ancestor. Lord, I love you. My lord, you are the living Bodhisattva." Golden Armor Elder said lightly, "All right, this is none of your business. Hurry up and go cultivate, this elixir's power can let you go up to the sky." Another Golden Armor Elder almost laughed out loud. The disciples, elders, and 100 Zhen Wu Realm Powerhouse all walked out of the secret world grateful to the heavens. Powerhouse of God's tribe is a good person. Adults are good people. Great, I have never seen anyone better than them. What does Long Fei count as? At most, Long Fei only allowed us to reach the Zhen Wu realm, so can we compare to this elixir? That's right. Not only spare us, you even gave us your elixir. Great! They were all moved to tears. These people walked out of Secret World. Some people could not help but look at the elixir in their hands and asked, "What rank is this elixir at? Are they going to directly ascend after eating? Let me give it a try first." Ha ha ha! You can't hold it in any longer, right? I'll give it a try too. Brothers, only death awaits us if we follow Long Fei. Let's see how wise our choice is with this elixir. Even if we can't break through, we are definitely the leaders of the Zhen Wu continent, the strongest king. Come. Let's kill this elixir together. All of a sudden, everyone raised the elixir in their hands and shouted, "Come, let's do it." He raised the elixir in his hand and put it in his mouth. The mouth closed. Closing his eyes, he felt the fusion of the elixir and a strong power started surging within him. Everyone was excited. He felt that he was about to achieve a breakthrough and become the strongest person in the world. At this moment, crack! A strange sound could be heard. Following that, a fiery red light flashed from the throat of a man. His eyeballs suddenly popped out as he let out a blood-curdling screech. "Aff!" Rumble! A loud sound exploded out into the sky. Rumble! 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 Bang! Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of voices. The entire Xian Yu sect had a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and was blasted into flat ground. It was as if the huge sect was flattened by a powerful force. Xian Yu mountain range began to tremble quickly. Powerful vibrating power continued to spread outwards as the volcano erupted and the earth began to crack. It was like the end of the world. At this time, the two golden armor elders felt the huge impact and started to laugh out loud at the same time. Ha ha. Ha ha. What a bunch of dregs. I really thought I could break through flying. To make them go to heaven. Ha ha. Bullying. Endless ridicule. Chapter 2656 The Secret on the Monolith. Chapter 2656 The Secret on the Monolith. In their eyes, everyone in Zhenwu continent was an ant. None of them had any value at all. The human race was the largest in the universal realm, and also the race that reared the fastest. It was also the race with the lowliest status in the universal realm. He had no status, no power, and lived in the lower realms. In the eyes of the people of God's tribe, the only value of their existence was that they could be toyed with and abused. In an instant, tens of millions of people in God capital died without even their bones remaining. Yet another short moment. Hundreds of people, including the small cities around Xian Yu sect, had been killed along with tens of millions of people in the small town. And they didn't even blink. Long Fei liked to kill, but, compared to the powerhouse of God's tribe, the people he killed were insignificant, not more than one move from them. Moreover, the two violent explosions caused enormous damage to the Zhenwu continent. The Earth's core began to crack from the fierce impact. A crack that was thousands of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters deep exploded continuously in God capital. Just then, the explosion from Xian Yu sect caused another series of cracks to appear. Tsunami. A volcano erupted. Earthquakes and all sorts of supernatural disasters swept over, causing the entire plain to tremble violently. Amidst the collapse, countless civilians knelt on the ground and prayed. However, there was not a trace of pity in powerhouse of God's tribe's eyes. They were the heavens. They are gods. They could make you soar into the sky, or they could make billions of people in a plain bleed and kill you in an instant. Show off their rights. The God's tribe was a supreme existence. In the secret world, the two golden armor elders paused for a moment, and their gazes landed on the hall in the distance. This time, the two of us are going to post. Ha ha ha. Of course. As long as we capture that brat and give him to the Emperor Xian, we will definitely get rich rewards, ha ha. He is the inheritor of the Ming clan's ancient power. I can't wait any longer. Let's go. The two of them moved. He instantly stood within the palace. Ming 1. It's hidden really deeply, to actually be in the secret world. No wonder I couldn't find it. A golden armor elder looked at the gigantic rocks on the stairs. The stone was carved with the words of the Ming clan. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered those words. One of the golden armor elder asked, "What's written on it?" The golden armor elder secretly tightened his eyebrows and said, "You talk big, yet our God's tribe still dares to be so arrogant when we are stepping on their feet." He looked very angry. Golden armor elder asked again, "What did the higher-ups say?" The golden armor elder said, "Calling us God's tribe is bullshit, saying that our God's tribe is a treacherous and despicable place, saying that Emperor Xian stole the inheritance power of the ancient world. The victor is the king, and the loser is the bandit. A loser will always find excuses for their failure. It's just an excuse." What else did he say? The golden armor elder's gaze tensed up again. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This place." Golden armor elder looked at everything in the hall and glanced around. His frown deepened as he said, "This is a tomb." "Huh. Grave, whose grave?" Golden armor elder shook his head. It's not written on there, but there's a special reminder here. Only one person can enter, and that person will be the one who will punish God's tribe. Ha 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 ha. Golden Armor Elder immediately laughed. Punishment God's tribe? Let alone people, even the heavens cannot punish the God's tribe. Who in the universal boundary would dare to challenge the God's tribe? Who in the ancient world would dare? Supreme Emperor Xian, invincible in all realms. Punishment God's tribe? Ha ha. It's a joke. The Golden Armor Elder that understood the words on the stone tablet did not laugh, because his forehead creased even more tightly as he muttered, "If everything above is true, then this person sanctions God's tribe?" This was a pipe dream. The God's tribe was too powerful. Not only did he control the universal boundary, he also controlled the power of ancient inheritance in the ancient world. Just the Emperor Xian alone possessed 1,800 ancient inheritances worth of power. Who could possibly match him? Brother Feng, you can't really believe this, right? That Golden Armor Elder said. The things that are said above are too strange. The person that is said has the ability to transcend the heavens, and the power he possesses can destroy all planes of existence born in the ancient world, which means to say, universal boundary. He can even destroy the myriad minor worlds below universal realm. If it's this kind of power, then even if it's the Emperor Xian. Golden Armor Elder shivered. For some reason, when he thought of this, his heart trembled uncontrollably. A chill went up his spine for no reason. He couldn't control the cold. Another old man said, "Forget about Emperor Xian, even I have to shatter his body and bones today." While they were talking, when the old man stepped into the realm, he realized that the entrance of the boundary was once again destroyed. "All right. Let's see where you can escape to, then." The old man moved both of his hands, the power on his 10 fingers extended out crazily, inserting itself into the air and quickly searching for the gaps between the secret worlds. Another Golden Armor Elder stood in front of the stone tablet. His eyes did not return to normal for a long time. His heart was filled with shock. Is he the person on the monolith? If that's the case. He clenched his fists. Crack. His joints cracked. Then we must not let him live. He hasn't come out yet. What's going on inside? Just now there was a huge commotion outside. Could it be that powerhouse of God's tribe has already entered? What do we do now? Boss, come out and give me a letter. What's going on inside? They were all anxious. He had been inside for half an hour, yet there was no reply at all. Not just Long Fei. The people who went in were all the same, no one came out, and they had no idea what was going on inside. At this moment, Tang Renji's forehead suddenly moved, a light flashed past his eyes, and he immediately said, "I found Boss's chi." The eyes of the dark unicorn shone with a bright light. He could sense it too. Everyone immediately surrounded him and asked, "What's the situation? Where? What happened?" Tang Renji shook his head. "I don't know the situation inside, I can only feel Boss's aura, only his aura. Moreover, it is inside that mysterious secret world." Xiao Dai's gaze tightened. "Are you talking about that dangerous special secret world?" Tang Renji nodded his head. "It's there." The dark unicorn's eyes moved and said, "An even more immense aura has appeared, boss. Boss aura seems to have been instantly swallowed." Chapter 2657 Azure Dragon World. Chapter 2657 Azure Dragon World. Inside the special secret world. Long Fei floated in the darkness. There was nothing beneath his feet. Other than the darkness, there was only darkness here. He was flying like a madman. He could not feel any existence at all. At the same time, he could not see anything. Did he come to the wrong place? Or had he entered a dead-end secret world? "Yorong!" Long Fei shouted into the sky, and the sound waves spread outwards with the speed of sound wave. "King Kong! Uncle E! Big Guy! There was no response at all. This world was like an abandoned world of darkness, with nothing to show for it. The world was so quiet that it made people panic. Who? Long Fei took a deep breath. The idea moved. Corrupt Ghost Claw. Boom! Level 1 Ghost Emperor, come out. Long Fei wanted to summon the Spirit Emperor. He was of the darkness attribute, so he should be able to grasp the situation here much faster than Long Fei. The system suddenly sounded out. Ding! System notification. Special map cannot be summoned. Damn! What the hell? Long Fei was startled and tried again. The result was the same. The special map could not be summoned. Since the Ghost Emperor couldn't be summoned, Long Fei flipped his hand and took out the 10-story Devil Tower. Ding! System notification. Special map cannot be summoned. It was this notification sound again. There were some special maps in the game, but he didn't expect there to be such a place in this alternate world. Long Fei did not give up. Since I can't summon it, can I create a puppet? It was a fast crafting technique, and its craftsmanship was exceptionally fast. Was immediately released after the production was completed, but at this moment, the released golem quickly disintegrated, immediately failing. It was too strange. It was as if Long Fei was the only one allowed to exist in this world. No matter if it is what he summoned, or what he refined, it will not be used. This was the first time he had encountered such a map. What the hell is going on? Look, I can't see anything, and there's no sound at all. There's no sky, no earth, and nothing at all. Is this a secret world or an unformed world? It's really strange. I wonder how they are, if they are the same as here. If that's really the case, then finding them will be too difficult. Long Fei's heart sank. He looked up at the sky, then down again. Deep in darkness. Nothing. For a moment, Long Fei didn't know what to do. Do you have to do something? Long Fei frowned and thought, to the heavens and earth, choosing one is. Down. Then, Long Fei suddenly retracted his chi, his entire body suddenly becoming heavier, and then frantically falling down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk violent winds raged, and the speed at which he was falling was incredibly fast. In just a second, he had been falling for 10,000 meters. After half an hour, he still had not reached the bottom. Long Fei started to suspect that there was no end to this world. Half an hour passed. His body steadied itself, and he remained motionless. He spread out his spiritual sense and quickly spread it out. There was nothing within 1,000,000 kilometers. Long Fei's heart was a little dry. The idea moved. Underworld fire. Come out. A flame rose from the center of his palm, and then, Long Fei fiercely flew up towards the sky. At the same time, the underworld fire lit up the entire world of darkness, and at the same time, Long Fei's mind suddenly trembled. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. A dragon. An incomparably large dragon. It was a huge dragon, covered in green scales, gleaming with a cold light. A series of chains hung from the colossal dragon's body. At the very end of the chains was a pitch-black and incomparably huge coffin. The azure dragon resided there. His entire body twisted into a vortex, with Long Fei at the center. He was now surrounded by a huge body. Moreover, Long Fei was unable to sense any of the green dragon's aura. It wasn't because the green dragon didn't have any aura, but because Long Fei's level was too low. He simply couldn't sense the existence of the green dragon at all. From the very moment Secret World had appeared, he had always been wrapped up by the body of the green dragon. And this world was also the Azure Dragon world. It was shocking. As the underworld fire slowly ascended, Long Fei also slowly looked at the green dragon's whole appearance. His heart was stirred. He was extremely shocked. The black dragon was just an illusory image. It could be considered a spirit body. No matter how big it was or how little flesh it had, the visual impact was not too great. However, the green dragon in this black world was a real dragon. The physical body occupied the entirety of the dark world. That feeling was indescribable. What was even more domineering was the huge coffin pulled by the long chain behind him. Green dragon to pull the coffin. A memory suddenly appeared in Long Fei's mind. It was also in a certain secret world that he saw this scene, but it was only the nine-dragon coffin. In the coffin was a peerless beauty. That beauty, Long Fei could not remember what she looked like. However, the scene was very clear, but the nine-dragon coffin was truly shocked, but those 9 huge dragons were all dead, while the green dragon in front of them was alive. He was moving, unceasingly moving. Not only that, this azure dragon was even larger than the 9 dragons combined. Gudong. Long Fei heavily swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, since it's a green dragon pulling a coffin and a living dragon, then who was that person lying in the coffin? F***ck. With such a large lineup, even the leaders of Universal Realm wouldn't be able to do something like that, right? Could it be? Is this really the tomb of Ming Clan's #1 war god, Ming Long? Long Fei couldn't think of who it could be. Gudong. Long Fei once again swallowed his saliva and carefully said, Azure Dragon. And at this moment, the green dragon's body moved even more, its eyes that were slightly narrowed opened, releasing a green light that was even more intense than the sun, directly blocking Long Fei. Very strange. Being stared at by a huge dragon did not give one any feeling of oppression. One had to know. The aura of a dragon could burst the heart of a Emperor Zhen Wu powerhouse with just a glance. The dragon is one of the most powerful creatures in the world. Especially the innate dragon's might, which was abnormally strong. However, Long Fei, could not feel any kind of dragon's might. However, he felt very comfortable, as if he was swimming in a sea of power. This feeling was too strange. Walala! Walala! The azure dragon slightly moved its body, pulling the chain. The chain began to move the huge black sarcophagus, and it slowly flew in front of Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the green dragon, then looked at the huge black sarcophagus. He had never seen it before. Those runes were like chains made from seals, tightly binding the sarcophagus. The azure dragon lightly said, Open it! Long Fei was shocked and asked, What are you using to open it? The azure dragon said, Use your blood essence. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Use your blood essence. As soon as Azure Dragon's words fell, 2 huge green eyes looked at Long Fei. Tell the truth. Long Fei did not believe the Azure Dragon in front of him. His guard was heavy and this Azure Dragon was somewhat different from the Azure Dragon in his memories. Very special. Then there was that huge coffin. Why did he have to use his own blood essence to open it? What was his blood essence hiding? What was hidden in this coffin? Long Fei was a little hesitant as he asked, Why do you need my blood essence? The green dragon was still as calm as before. There's no reason why. Just do as I say. There was no ripple in his eyes. Long Fei subconsciously took a step back and shook his head. I can open it if you want, but at least you have to let me know what's inside, right? During this time, Long Fei checked the system. The underworld fire had finished cooling. The 10-story Devil Tower had finished cooling down, but he couldn't summon it here. And only underworld fire. However, there was no boss aura shining from the gigantic green dragon's body. Long Fei was not sure if it was actually the boss. But there was one thing that made Long Fei excited. He had never killed a dragon before, so what would happen if he killed it? Long Fei secretly clenched his fists. The azure dragon's pupils slightly moved as he said, You want to know what is inside? Only by undoing it will you know. If you want me to tell you, I don't know either. Long Fei said, If you don't say it, I won't open it. Either you tell me what is inside the coffin, or you tell me why is it my blood essence that can open it? These 2 issues must be clarified. The azure dragon hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I can tell you the answer to the next question." Long Fei looked at the green dragon and said, "Please speak." The azure dragon said, "Because you are the chosen one and the heavens have chosen you, you are also the only place that has been able to enter in the past billions of years. Therefore, only your blood essence is able to open it." "That's it. The chosen one?" Long Fei muttered in his heart. He was the chosen one. It's not a lie, but he's the chosen one of the 10-story Devil Tower. How did he suddenly become the chosen one of the heavens? Long Fei became more and more suspicious. The green dragon somewhat impatiently said, "Can you release your blood essence to open it now?" His gaze did not allow Long Fei to continue messing around. Long Fei nodded and said, "Of course." Long Fei leapt up heavily, landing on the coffin. His fingers moved slightly, as if he was brewing, but his eyes were fixed on the lines on the coffin. The lines were like chains. In his previous life, he had seen plenty of zombie movies, especially Uncle Sue's. This coffin, he had never seen it before, but the runic seal chains told him that there was definitely something extraordinary locked up inside. Once it was released, his little life would probably be gone. If he didn't release it, the green dragon might not let him go. A dilemma? Just as Long Fei was hesitating, the green dragon spoke again with a faint voice. "Hurry up," Long Fei said. "Don't be anxious, I need to use my purest blood essence, and I need some time to brew it." The azure dragon concealed itself very well. But he couldn't wait to immediately open the sarcophagus. Long Fei noticed that the chains on the coffin were only placed on the body of the green dragon, and it didn't feel comfortable at all. He could break away from the chains at any time, and with that, there was no possibility of the chain with the seal green dragon. The azure dragon had only one reason to be impatient. Something in the coffin. Huff! Long Fei's mind flew. Looking at the runes on the coffin, he asked himself, "What is inside? Should I release it?" A minute passed. The green dragon's eyes widened slightly as he said, "It's not ready yet?" Long Fei chuckled and said, "All right, it's almost done." Zhang Xian's finger moved slightly. At this time, a drop of bright red liquid floated up from the tip of his finger. The green dragon's eyes immediately contracted, and a green light flashed out of them as it stared fixedly at the blood essence floating up from Long Fei's fingertips. He was very excited. From the looks of it, he was very excited. Even if he tried his best to conceal it, Long Fei could tell. Long Fei was secretly shocked. No matter what, let's give it a try first. Just as Long Fei was about to drip his blood essence onto the coffin, the idea moved. The green dragon's eyes narrowed. His green eyes instantly flashed with a trace of anger. Next, the azure dragon heavily said, "Stop wasting my breath and quickly drip your blood essence onto it." Anger could not be quelled. Long Fei's heart sank as he thought, "It seems like he isn't the green dragon ancestor that I remember." And then, Long Fei squinted, looked at the enormous green dragon, and asked, "Who exactly are you? Do you think I will completely believe you just because you turned into a green dragon ancestor?" "Green dragon ancestor? Humph. What's that? As for who I am..." The green dragon's eyes also slowly became ice-cold. The temperature of the surrounding area plummeted. The moisture in the air seemed to freeze over as it made creaking sounds. The azure dragon coldly looked at Long Fei and said, "I am the azure dragon, the supreme azure dragon. Kid, hurry up and use your blood essence to open it. If you don't open it now, you'll lose your life later." The azure dragon's tone was as cold as ice. He lost patience. Dragons were the most impatient. Moreover, his temper was exceptionally bad. The green dragon was already very irritable. If not for needing to use the blood essence from Long Fei's body, he would have made his move long ago. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly and smiled. "Since you're so impatient, then I shouldn't have opened it even more." The azure dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed, and its fierce gaze directly turned into the might of a dragon. Rumble! 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 A thunderous sound exploded in the air as the dragon's might was released. The entire dark world seemed to be intensely shrinking, as an unprecedented pressure pressed towards Long Fei. It came from all directions. It was like the roar of 10,000 dragons. It was a crushing pressure that caused the sea of consciousness to tremble and crack. It was extremely uncomfortable. But not all of them fell, but numerous dragons encircled in front of Long Fei. The azure dragon coldly said, "Brat, do you want to die? As long as I am an idea, you will be crushed into dust. Now, I just want to ask you, do you want to die? If you don't want to, then do as I say. Hurry up." His voice was gloomy and filled with boundless rage. Was very unhappy. The attack he hated the most was coercion, and hated people who used their levels to crush him the most. The Azure Dragon is amazing, right? Azure Dragon can be arrogant, right? F***ck. Long Fei burst out in vulgarities and said straightforwardly, "I, your father, will not allow you to act so arrogantly in front of me." Chapter 2659 Underworld Fire Damage to the Extremely Low Level. Chapter 2659 Underworld Fire Damage to the Extremely Low Level. So, what if you're a dragon? A dragon needs to kneel and lick? What does the dragon tell you to do? It's not a dragon, it's your father. Long Fei didn't know what the Chosen One was, or what kind of power his blood essence contained, but asking him to use his blood essence to open an extremely dangerous coffin for no reason at all. "I'm sorry, but I'm not an idiot, I can't do that." Dragon power crushed down. The dragon's roar raged. Long Fei's mind received a huge impact, and it could even be said that his body was splitting apart. This also caused the anger in Long Fei's heart to suddenly explode. He felt a little displeased. "Like you said, only my blood essence can open this coffin, right? In that case, just keep AF** King low profile and show off to who? Dragon might crushed me? F***ck. Long Fei let out a loud shout and changed the sound. The underworld fire moved. Buzz. The palm of his left hand suddenly began to burn. He exploded forth with his strength. Wild God energy explode. Boom! After stabilizing his mind and breaking through the restrictions, Long Fei leaped into the air. The underworld fire in his hands smashed down onto the head of the green dragon, right in the middle of the two dragon horns. The power of the Ming clan's inheritance surged. The green dragon's green eyes secretly turned malevolent as he coldly said, "Do you want to die?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The azure dragon's body quickly began to revolve, and the friction between the scales made an ear-piercing rustling sound. Seeing Long Fei's palm strike come smashing down, the azure dragon's huge tail suddenly flipped. Boom! In the black world, a black fog came crushing down like a layer of the sky. Rumble! 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 Long Fei's body sank and immediately exploded. At the same time, his underworld fire was also released. Poochie! Seeing that, the green dragon moved his tail, and a huge wave of energy immediately blocked the blood that Long Fei was spitting out. He didn't use his giant tail to catch it. Instead, he used a surge of power to lift the blood in the air. The fresh blood floated in the air. The green dragon's eyes flashed with a bright light as it became somewhat excited. Long Fei landed heavily. Raising his head to look at the dark sky, he immediately sent his own blood essence floating above the huge coffin, then violently dropped down. Drip! Blood dripped onto the coffin. Immediately, the coffin began to shake violently. The azure dragon's pupils constricted, as if he was incomparably nervous. At the same time, he was incomparably excited as well, as he completely ignored the Long Fei who had fallen into the darkness. Long Fei's underworld fire exploded above his head. The damage that floated upwards was also insignificant. 1 inch, 1. It was only a light injury, but it was completely negligible. This kind of damage's only use was to let Long Fei clearly see the health value of the green dragon's head. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Billions, tens of billions, thousands. Long Fei's scalp went numb from counting. This kind of HP was terrifying. At the beginning, he had thought that Sky Envoy was the ultimate boss of the Zhenwu continent, because he was the super powerhouse that the universal realm came from. Then the Golden Armor Elder appeared. Stronger. Long Fei thought that he was the ultimate boss. However, now, the health of the Sky Envoy and Golden Armor Elder were like dregs when compared to the health of this green dragon. Long Fei's heart sank even more. Demon generals cannot be summoned, spirit emperors cannot be summoned, and with my Emperor Zhenwu's realm strength, I can't even break through the defense. What's going on? A completely indestructible existence. Even if he stood there and asked me to kill him for a year, I still wouldn't be able to kill him. What was the most helpless thing in a game? Seeing the boss die left him helpless. What made him even more helpless was that he wouldn't be able to kill the boss even after 10 years. This wasn't helplessness, this was King hopeless. This was exactly the mood that Long Fei was in right now. Despair. With a boss that had over 100 billion HP and a heaven-defying defense, the damage you dealt wasn't even as good as his. How did he die? Earlier, when his tail swayed, he was unable to withstand it and was flipped over in an instant. But now, his own blood was spurting out. If he still managed to release the seal on the coffin and the Azure Dragon received an even stronger power, then Long Fei would not be able to live. At this moment, the key point was on the seal's coffin. Long Fei stared at the huge coffin. He really wanted to know what was inside. Obviously, the Azure Dragon was incomparably excited. The coffin shook violently. Boom! 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 The entire dark world began to tremble. The green dragon's eyes were full of reverence and excitement as he stared at the coffin. Bam! A loud sound echoed out. The seal rune chain on the coffin shattered. The coffin trembled even more violently. It was as if there was a huge monster inside that could charge out at any time. However, at this moment, the coffin suddenly stopped jumping and returned to its previous quiet state. The rune chains that cracked a second ago also quickly formed in that instant. It had reformed. Furthermore, the power of the seal was getting denser, tightly locking the coffin and the seal. What's going on? The Azure Dragon's pupils abruptly contracted, and the strands of black hair in the green pupils began to burn like flames. Both of his eyes fiercely glared, and stared at Long Fei, who was still falling, and squinted his eyes. The enormous tail swept out. Boom! A ball of powerful mist energy rose from the dark abyss, directly sending Long Fei flying. He flew directly in front of the green dragon. The green dragon stared at Long Fei coldly and said, "Why not?" Long Fei secretly tensed up and said, "How would I know?" This. He really didn't know. Was it because normal blood and blood essence were different? You need blood essence to unlock it? The green dragon said solemnly. Impossible, all these years you have entered, only people with the most ancient power can enter, in the entire universal realm, only one person can enter, even the Emperor Xian cannot enter. There's no mistake. It must be you. It must be you. The green dragon was a little crazy. The dragon's scales on its body seemed as if they were going to rise up, and its size had increased by a full 2 times. Not enough blood? That must be it. Then, the green dragon blocked Long Fei, and its powerful dragon aura suddenly shook. Boom! A powerful force struck Long Fei in the chest, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Pfft! Blood sprayed into the air as another powerful force held it up before landing it on the coffin. The coffin began to shake violently again. Bam! Another seal rune chain broke and the coffin started to shake violently. However, 1 second later, the power that was emitted from the coffin retracted and the rune chains that had broken apart once again congealed. Or not. The green dragon stared at Long Fei and said, "Kid, I want to release all the blood in your body." Chapter 2660 Master Holy Dragon Emperor. Chapter 2660 Master Holy Dragon Emperor. If one time was not enough, then he would do it twice. 2 times won't do. Then, just release all the blood in your body. Long Fei was just like a puppet now. The Azure Dragon could do whatever it wanted. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Pfft! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Blood dripped down, and the coffin trembled. But, still not working, still not working. Again. Pfft! Another stream of power struck Long Fei's heart meridian, and caused a stream of blood to spurt out from Long Fei's heart. It was then used to support the drop of blood that dripped onto the coffin. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of intense tremors. No. Still not good enough. Dozens of attempts had failed. The green dragon's brows were knitted tightly. He looked at the coffin held by the chains and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, there's absolutely no mistake. It's definitely him." But, why? Why not? What went wrong? I've waited so many years in this dark world. Why can't I? Why? The Azure Dragon was infuriated. The green scales seemed to be burning with green flames. The dragon aura around his body began to burn. The dragon's fury was abnormally turbulent. The green dragon was enraged. And at this moment, Long Fei, anger raged in his heart. Sick. He was extremely displeased. He felt like he was a toy bleeding from its wounds, constantly being manipulated from head to toe. It had never happened before. His face was pale. Long Fei's eyes were sinister. He really couldn't think of a way to crush a gigantic and powerful dragon. But the green dragon had used a force to lift the blood dozens of times. Why? He didn't need a dragon claw or a huge tail to catch it and place it on top of the coffin. What was he in awe of? Or was he afraid of something? Or, what was the Azure Dragon afraid of? My blood essence? F***ck. Long Fei said with a deep voice. With a thought, his fists moved and immediately became stained with his own blood. As the green dragon went crazy from his contemplation, Long Fei threw a punch at it. It was a very ordinary punch. He hadn't even released the power of a true martial great emperor. Long Fei was already heavily injured, and was unable to unleash his full strength. However, one punch just like that, it crashed onto the body of the green dragon. In an instant, the flames shot into the sky and a huge dragon scale directly exploded. The surrounding dozens of dragon scales were all blown away, and a single punch caused the damage. 1,000,000 points of damage floated up above the Azure Dragon's head. The green dragon's pupils also contracted in an instant. Its body fiercely turned, and leapt 100,000 kilometers away as its 2 green eyes stared fixedly at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at his fist in shock. He was really stupefied. Earlier, when he used the underworld fire, he only dealt a few dozen points of damage. One must know that it was an underworld fire with the power of ancient inheritance. It could easily kill a true martial emperor and his powerhouse. However, it couldn't withstand the universal strike. Isn't this too strange? My blood. It's my blood. Long Fei looked at the fist that was covered in blood, and immediately understood what was going on. Ha ha ha. My blood has great power. Ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed. This was because the green dragon had never dared to touch the blood that he spat out. Only then did Long Fei have the chance to try attacking it. He did not expect to cause such an injury. Ha ha ha. When Long Fei was using his own blood essence to lure a large group of demon beasts, he had already felt that there must have been something hidden in his blood. However, It was impossible to detect after a few tests. From the looks of it, it was not that he could not detect it, but the instruments used to detect it were too low level, and could not detect the talent of the blood vein in his blood at all. So the strongest is my blood? Long Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. Of course, he did not know what his blood vein was, nor did he know what his true identity was. He didn't know what kind of damage his attack would do to the dragons. It was just like when a 3-year-old grandson fought with a master of the divine immortal stage. One slap could send him flying. The green dragon stared at Long Fei, looked at his own wound, and said in a heavy voice once again, "It's not wrong, it's definitely you. It's definitely you, it's definitely not wrong." Long Fei said, "You're right, that's me. Laozi is here to blow you up." Humph! The green dragon snorted, staring at Long Fei. "You have been pretending to be a pig, what are you trying to hide?" "My lord Holy Dragon Emperor." Master Holy Dragon Emperor? Long Fei's heart trembled, he thought. Did this guy recognize the wrong person? Holy Dragon Emperor looks very impressive, huh? Long Fei gave a bland laugh, sigh. "I was still recognized by you. It's impossible for such a handsome person to hide himself no matter how hard I try. Everywhere he goes, he's like the most dazzling star in the sky. Since you know that I'm Holy Dragon Emperor, then kneel down." What level is Holy Dragon Emperor at? What realm was it? Long Fei didn't know from the start. However, who cares who he was? If he actually shouted out that name, then maybe Holy Dragon Emperor would be able to shock him. However, what Long Fei did not expect was this. In this instant, the green dragon flipped its body and disappeared. The world of darkness suddenly rolled over, and a gigantic tsunami of dragon aura came crashing over. The green dragon rolled over, and the dragon roared, crazily laughing out loud. "Ha ha! Ha ha! I've waited so many years for you. As expected. Everything is fated. Ha ha! Everything is fated. You're right. You're right. Everything is fated." The azure dragon laughed maniacally. The boundless dragons might began to charge crazily towards Long Fei, with incomparable power. Long Fei frowned. "Since you know I'm Holy Dragon Emperor, you still dare to make a move?" The green dragon said with a smile. "You're not going to make a move and let you escape again? Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Do you know what price I paid for this day? You don't know. How do you know? Today I will kill you. I want to obtain everything from you. Everything from you is mine." Ha ha! The azure dragon had fallen into that kind of madness. At this moment, the boundless might of the dragon also began to revolve. Dragon's might was like a dragon's, raising the dragon's head high. At this moment, just like 10,000 huge dragons rushing towards Long Fei. Pressure? Long Fei could not resist it. His fist had to be close. In the face of such an enormous pressure, the space between Long Fei's eyebrows tightened. This fellow's aura was too fierce, too strong, it was many times stronger than the pressure in Golden Armor Elder. Long Fei shouted in a deep voice, "Damn, this grandson has the guts to use the might of a dragon to suppress you. If you have the guts, then fight me in a melee fight." The azure dragon smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Ha ha! Myriad dragon burial heavens! Die!" Chapter 2661 Explosive Dragon. Chapter 2661 Explosive Dragon. 10,000 dragons hidden heavens. Tens of thousands of dragons might immediately condensed into a green dragon ghosting, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. A black mass surrounded Long Fei as the azure dragon gave its command. 10,000 dragons fell. Long Fei's eyes darkened. This is bad. He was simply unable to withstand the dragon's might. The levels were completely different. In the face of such an enormous dragon's might, Long Fei couldn't think of anything he could do. It couldn't be stopped. Am I going to die? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and stared at the dark sky, Am I going to die? Rumble! 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 As the 10,000 dragons smashed down, Long Fei's body felt like it was about to explode when he withstood the first force. Every single pore on his body bled profusely. His internal organs were all churning. His sea of consciousness had ruptured. His entire head felt heavy. The health point above his head was going wild, unable to block it at all. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha. Ha ha. The azure dragon laughed wildly. I said it before, you will die by my hands. I swore to the heavens that I will definitely kill you. Now you're finally going to die. Ha ha. Ha ha. He felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. Hearing such excitement and mocking laughter, under the dragon tattoo on Long Fei's right arm, a power suddenly moved. At this moment, this power was immediately released from Long Fei's body. At this moment, everything in Long Fei's body calmed down. However, Long Fei was completely unable to feel it, and it seemed as if his body was slowly losing consciousness. That feeling, when Long Fei was in secret area of deep hell, he was killed by the underworld snake, and the anger in his heart occupied his mind. It appeared again. Long Fei forced himself to stay clear-headed. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. In the end, with his consciousness blurry, he could only feel an incomparably strong power erupting from his right arm. That kind of power was something he had never experienced before. At this moment, the dragon-shaped tattoo moved and rushed into the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar dominated the sky. In an instant, the 10,000 azure dragon auras instantly began to crumble, and the entire world of darkness fell silent. Roar! Another dragon roar rang out. The green dragon's face darkened, revealing a painful expression. Its enormous body suddenly exploded, smashing its dragon-shaped tattooed figure into the air. Boom! 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 The sound of space exploding rang out, and it was also constantly exploding. With a flash of golden light, cracks started to wreak havoc as if they were lightning, and the cracks started to heal in an instant. This world of darkness is a special secret world. Roar! Roar! Rumble! Rumble! This scene did not last long. In the end, the azure dragon's body fell from the sky, and blood crazily gushed out from between his eyebrows. It let out a painful dragon's roar. Ah! Ah! The azure dragon roared in indignation. It was also at this time. The dragon-shaped tattoo shadow also charged back into the mark on Long Fei's right arm like lightning. It was extremely weak, and the protective energy around Long Fei's body instantly disappeared as well. Long Fei was also incredibly weak. There was only a tiny bit of HP left on top of his head. A few hundred HP left, and he would be dead in less than half a minute. Faster! Faster! The Azure Dragon's dragon aura has already been suppressed. Now move. A voice sounded from Long Fei's mind. Who are you? Long Fei could not help but ask. There was no response in his mind. The spring of life surged, quickly replenishing Long Fei's health. The one who spoke was him, but he did not have any time to speak at all. If he was any slower, Long Fei would have died. Just now, the pressure from the Azure Dragon's might was still in his body. If he did not protect Long Fei, he would die. No response? Was it that powerful force? At this moment, in that moment of life and death, Long Fei did not have time to think about it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which directly landed on the sky sword. With a move of his right hand, blood flowed down from his entire right arm onto the sword. Then, Long Fei moved and instantly landed in front of the incomparably enormous green dragon and said solemnly, "Without the dragon's might, I want to see how you're going to suppress this, Daddy." The sword moved and stabbed down heavily. Ah! The green dragon let out a furious roar. Rumble! A long, bright red health bar floated above his head. The Azure Dragon let out a blood-curdling screech. Both of his eyes stared heavily, staring straight at Long Fei, flames spitting out of his eyes. He said, "Humph, so what if you pull out my power from the dragon, what can you do? I'll swallow you. I'll refine everything in your body. When the time comes, I can refine your blood essence just the same, and I can open the coffin." It opened its huge dragon mouth. Whoosh! The moment the suction force moved, before Long Fei could react, the green dragon power directly sucked Long Fei into its body. He was too strong. However, Long Fei was actually overjoyed in his heart. "You're courting death." The idea moved. "You want my blood essence, right? Here you go." With a thought, the sky sword cut his right palm. Long Fei controlled the idea on his palm and released his purest blood essence, causing the sky sword to move. Sprinkled on the blade. Grasping the hilt of the sword with both hands, he thrust it towards the green dragon's throat. "Come on!" It pierced the green dragon's flesh heavily. At this moment, the huge suction force in the azure dragon's body was still circulating. With the help of this powerful sword, the azure dragon blood essence burst out like a waterfall. At this moment, Long Fei's own blood fused with the blood essence the green dragon had spat out. Rumble! Rumble! Long Fei was like a huge pool of blood. The azure dragon blood essence was incomparably hot. It landed on Long Fei's body and crazily refined it. Adding on the blood essence he had released, Long Fei's skin started to hurt. His hands, feet, and even his crotch, they were the same. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood. When the madness of the system beep resounded, Long Fei also threw caution to the wind and opened his mouth to crazily drink blood. At the beginning, his body was only boiling hot, but after he drank the azure dragon blood essence, his organs, his mind, and his sea of consciousness began to churn, turning hot. It was incredibly hot. All the clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes. Long Fei became completely naked. His entire body was drenched in blood. The blood-red scales of the dragon glowed with a red light. The sky sword's tightly clenched fists crazily slashed down. "Explode for me! Explode for me!" Chapter 2662 System Beep. Chapter 2662 System Beep. Dragon blood poured into his body. His blood essence transformed into attraction. His body began to rise as all his strength was restored. At this moment, Long Fei's pupils turned from black to gold. They were not the golden pupils of the Western world, but rather the enormous pupils of the divine dragon. Just one look was enough to make one feel as if there were thousands of strands of power in it. Long Fei, however, did not care about these things. Explode. No matter what background this green dragon had, and no matter what enmity it had with himself, what he needed to do now was to kill him. "Let's kill ourselves first." The sky sword slashed down heavily, starting from the throat. The green dragon roared, screamed in pain, and struggled madly. The entire dark world was stirred up, forming a huge black vortex. Ah! Rumble! Rumble! I won't let you off! I won't let you off! Boom! A golden light suddenly shot out from the head of the enormous green dragon. Dragon soul! Azure dragon's dragon soul! In the midst of the swirling black vortex, the dragon's soul floated in the air and landed in the deepest part of the black vortex. The voice of the green dragon resounded in the air. "I will wait for you in the ancient world. The next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. I am the first dragon." Boom! The dragon's soul sank into the darkness. At this moment, Long Fei's sky sword cut open the green dragon's body. Long Fei landed heavily, his entire body boiling with dragon blood. If this was an ordinary physique, Even a Emperor Zhen Wu powerhouse would not be able to withstand the dragon blood. Azure Dragon shattering the body. When Long Fei landed, the blood essences on the Azure Dragon's body fell like a waterfall, all of them pouring down onto Long Fei's body. Walala! The Azure Dragon's body was like a huge gash in the sky. The waters of the Milky Way poured into the opening. Long Fei stood there, unmoving. As the blood essence struck his body, his entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. These rings were truly marvelous. Moreover, his body also felt extraordinary. It was an indescribable feeling. The system beep was still crazily continuing. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for absorbing green dragon blood. He kept prompting, as if all the blood essence that was flowing out of the Azure Dragon's body had been absorbed by Long Fei. The Azure Dragon's body was even bigger than the heaven and earth, and such a large amount of blood essence was completely absorbed by the human body? Moreover, Long Fei's body was frantically transforming. Dragon blood. This caused him to feel incomparably excited. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Strength. What a powerful strength! The power in this blood essence. Too powerful. Long Fei looked at his own arms, looked at his own chest, and looked at his own naked body. Every place was densely packed with tiny dragon scales. It became a faint flash on the skin. Dragon blood stimulation. Did it stimulate the power in my body? Is the hidden power in my blood essence also the power of the dragon? Dragon blood. Dragon blood battle god? Damn! I've read this novel before. Long Fei muttered. The Azure Dragon blood essence made him extremely excited, and the originally heavily injured energy in his right arm also began to rapidly recover as the Azure Dragon blood essence was absorbed. However, it is recovering very slowly. Walala! 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 After a full half an hour, the enormous body of the dragon drained all of its blood essence. Only then did the body of the dragon fall from the sky. Rumble! Rumble! Long Fei's eyes tensed up, seeing such a huge green dragon body. A thought formed in his mind, and with a move of his right hand, he grabbed towards the huge green dragon body. His left hand formed a seal. An enormous power surged out from his body, enveloping the entire body of the green dragon. He heavily shouted, "Withdraw!" The power of the attack enveloped the entire Azure Dragon and the space ring. It was also at this time that walala. Bam! The space ring exploded. It couldn't contain the body of the Azure Dragon at all. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The Azure Dragon's body cannot be wasted. Blood essence is the most important part of the Azure Dragon's body, but, aside from this, there were too many treasures in the Azure Dragon's body. The dragon was a treasure trove. He couldn't waste it. Long Fei took out another space ring. Bam! The space ring exploded again. Bam! Another space ring exploded. F***CK. No way. Even if ordinary space ring had enough space, they wouldn't be able to withstand the aura of a dragon. Long Fei's mind tightened, and just when he was helpless he said, "That's right. There are still over 70 special space ring S in the system space. Is it okay to use them?" Immediately, with a move of Long Fei's power, he took out a God's Tribe space ring. The idea moved again and shouted, "Collect it for me!" Rumble! 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 As the enormous green dragon body slowly entered a golden space ring, Long Fei's eyes revealed signs of excitement. This Azure Dragon's power can be sold at an astronomical price even if it's just dragon scales. In the future, if you have no money, take out a dragon scale and sell it, ha ha ha. The identity of this green dragon was extraordinary. If one of his dragon's scales could be refined into a profound weapon, then any one of them would be in existence that surpassed holy artifact. Moreover, dragon scales could also be used to seep in alchemy's increase in cultivation level. Dragon tendon, dragon valley, dragon feeler, any part of it was like a super treasure. Long Fei would never let this go easily. Buzz! The green dragon was completely absorbed into the space ring, and at this moment, Long Fei was also heavily gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. I've finally put it away. Don't worry about the lack of money in the future. Ha ha ha! The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly as he became proud of himself. At this moment, suddenly, a black box from the space ring started to tremble violently. At the same time, the originally dead azure dragon suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a ray of green light. Boom! The black box directly flew into the azure dragon's huge mouth. The wound on the azure dragon's stomach began to slowly heal. The originally transparent azure dragon seemed to come to life as its body slowly entrenched itself. His eyes were closed. There was no expression on his face. His body did not emit any of the aura of a dragon. At this moment, Long Fei clapped his hands, the blood essence all over his body shook slightly, and said with a grin, "There should be system beep here." Ding! Chapter 2663 Berserk. Chapter 2663 Berserk. It didn't matter if the azure dragon was revived or not. It didn't matter if its dragon soul had escaped, but one thing is certain. The azure dragon's body was killed by Long Fei. 100 billion HP was killed by Long Fei. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Azure Dragon for obtaining 9999,999,9999 experience points, 99,99999 true chi points, and 100 arrogant god energy value points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Green Dragon's Might. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Green Dragon Flame. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. The system beep violently sounded. Ding. Congratulations player Long Fei for killing Azure Dragon. You have received a special reward. You are now rewarded with Supreme Dragon Knife. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Azure Dragon. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Long Fei was so excited that he could not control himself. Supreme Dragon Knife? Ha ha! Awesome, but why do I feel like I've seen this knife somewhere? Inside the Heaven Slaughtering Dragon's note? That's not right. In a certain game? That's not it either. Long Fei thought about it again. He did not recall where he had seen this blade before, but he was sure of one thing, that even if he had seen Dragon Blade before, they would still not be as powerful as he was now. Weapon, Supreme Dragon Knife Grade, Ultimate Spirit War Device Attributes, Destroy Description, has 1000% critical chance attribute for dragons, able to crush dragons with their might. Description 2. Introducing the dragon blood allows the blade to generate even more power. Damn. Awesome. Long Fei didn't think about when he saw the dragon blade before. Rather than thinking about it before, it was better to grasp the present and the future. Memories of the past were very important, but no matter how important the memories were, they were only memories. Dragonblood Battle God. This title is awesome. On top of Long Fei's head, there was a blood-red symbol. The dragon bloodline god of war didn't seem to be of much use, but once the dragon blood was released, this title would be able to erupt with power. Fusion of the Azure Dragon's Might. Ding. Fusion complete. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for merging with the might of the Azure Dragon and obtaining the Myriad Dragon Burial Sky Pressure skill. Fusion of the Azure Dragon Flame. Ding! Fusion completed. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with the Azure Dragon Flame and obtaining the Azure Dragon Flame. Long Fei had fused everything that he could. After obtaining several secret skills related to the Azure Dragon, these techniques were exceptionally powerful. Because there were still 2 gods tribe S remaining in the Xian Yu secret territory. Long Fei was doing his best to become stronger. After fusing all of this, Long Fei let out a light breath, as he looked at the dragon blood on his body congealing, like a blood armor. Terrible! The blood-colored dragon scales on the surface of his skin disappeared as well. Long Fei clenched both his fists and then moved them. One! In his right arm. A surge of power instantly spread throughout his body, and immediately after, Long Fei's entire body turned blood-red. It was extremely shocking. Long Fei was shocked himself. Damn, could it be that I just merged with an Azure Dragon blood vein? Azure Dragon. In my memory, there is a green dragon ancestor, and this green dragon. Long Fei was sure that this green dragon was not the green dragon ancestor in his memories, but what was the identity of this green dragon? Long Fei did not know either. In his memories, there had never been a green dragon like this before. The green dragon ancestor in his memory could not even compare to this green dragon, and this green dragon had said before that he had waited here for Long Fei for millions of years. What was he waiting for? Right. Coffin. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, thinking about the huge sarcophagus. It hovered not far away. The chain slipped. She stood there as though she was all alone, quietly looking at Long Fei. Long Fei carefully approached. The runes on the surface of the huge coffin were incomparably dazzling. Who? Long Fei let out a heavy breath. What exactly is inside? Even if Long Fei fused with the green dragon's blood essence now, became stronger and his strength increased, he still did not dare to recklessly open the coffin, because he felt that this coffin was definitely not ordinary. How could something that could make the Azure Dragon wait here for billions of years be simple? He was waiting for Long Fei. The reason they were waiting for Long Fei was to open the coffin. In other words, millions of years of waiting to open the coffin. Then what was inside the coffin? Long Fei really wanted to know, but, however, he did not dare to easily open it. At least, this coffin gave him a feeling of extreme danger, even more so than the huge green dragon. And then, Long Fei moved slightly, took out another God's Tribe space ring and said, "Collect." Buzz. The coffin was sucked into the space ring. Crack. The moment the coffin was sucked into the space ring, a crack appeared on the space ring's body. It was unbearable, but after the crack there was no other sound. Long Fei's mind also relaxed, and he thought to himself, if the green dragon can fit inside, then this coffin will cause the space ring to crack in the blink of an eye. What the hell is inside? However, in the instant that the coffin entered the space ring, the thing inside the space ring was instantly devoured by the coffin. In another place, God's Tribe Palace, in an immortal estate, an old man suddenly woke up from his cultivation, his eyes tensed up, revealing an astonished expression. My space ring. Why is there a sudden boom? He disappeared 100 years ago. Why did he suddenly appear and disappear all of a sudden? Why is that? There are quite a few things inside my space ring. There is already a primordial dragon soul of the dragon race. I haven't even refined it yet. What happened? Could it be that the brat that was suppressed by the Emperor Xian 100 years ago still hasn't died? Impossible. Within another immortal estate, it was the same. Just like the previous presbyter of God's tribe, his space ring had also flashed for a moment, but it disappeared in an instant. It was as if he had completely changed hands. It was very strange. However, the two of them did not report it to the Emperor Xian. What happened 100 years ago was the shame of their God's tribe, and it had almost caused a lowly kid to kill all 10 stages of guillotine. The god's tribe was in chaos. If it wasn't for Emperor Xian, he really would have been overturned by that brat. And that's why. They had received punishment. They were not allowed to leave their immortal estates even half a step within 100 years. 100 years had passed. Right now, they were completely different from 100 years ago. The management of the Emperor Xian had changed as well. He began to slowly release the power of ancient inheritance that he could cultivate and control. Of course, all of his power was still controlled by the Emperor Xian, and it was the king of primordial chaos, the most powerhouse. Chapter 26-64 Plane Rupture. Chapter 26-64 Plane Rupture Buzz. The dark world suddenly changed. Boss! Seeing Long Fei, the Transformers immediately rushed over. The big-size man also saw Long Fei, boss. Eorong and Lucien also quickly flew over when they saw Long Fei. Long Fei was overjoyed. Is everything all right? Transformers said. It's nothing. When I entered, it was completely dark. I couldn't find anything. There was nothing at all. I continuously flew inside. When I wanted to go out and report it to you, I couldn't find the exit. Transformers scratched his head as he spoke. The big guy also said innocently, I'm the same. Lucien said, this should be a special secret world, where everyone who enters will enter into a world of darkness, but the truth is that everyone is in a different space of secret world. Maybe it was just to wait for someone. While they were talking, Lucien looked at Long Fei. Eorong asked directly, did you see anything when you came in? How can you be like this? Do you see Lord Minglong's coffin? Long Fei looked at his own body, and subconsciously blocked with both of his hands. Damn! He was secretly glad that he could not see clearly in the darkness as the color of the blood had turned black. However, Eorong had been standing not far away from Long Fei from the start. With her cultivation, she could easily see 100 meters in the darkness, even if Long Fei was completely covered in blood armor. Eorong looked at the place Long Fei had blocked off, and her face slightly flushed. Long Fei hurriedly turned around and changed his clothes. He then calmed himself down and said, I've met a few demon beasts, there's nothing special about this place. I've long told you that this isn't the necropolis tomb. If it's really this, then this is a huge trap. He didn't say anything about the green dragon. There was no need to say it. As for the azure dragon body, he would bring it out when he needed to use it in the future. At least, this was one of the things Long Fei relied on to enter the universal realm. Lucien said indifferently, then that's strange. How did this happen? The grade of this tomb is very high, even the Zhenwu continent S would not be able to reach such a level. Lucien had some doubts about Long Fei's words. However, after all, he didn't see anything. Long Fei said, let's not talk about this for now, let's hurry up and leave, they are worried about us. Right now, they could already see the other side of the exit. If they opened up another layer, they would be able to enter the Xianyu mountain range and directly avoid the powerhouse of God's tribe's pursuit. Everyone's expression turned cold. He quickly followed Long Fei out of the secret world. When he saw Long Fei walk out of the secret world, Xiao Dai immediately ran forward and threw himself into Long Fei's embrace, saying, Along, you've finally come out. I was so anxious that I died. Gui Qingshan's eyes released a gold light and thought, beautiful. Long Fei lightly patted Xiao Dai's back and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Didn't I come out already? Xiao Dai took a whiff and asked, Along, what smell do you have on you? Why does it smell a little special? It seems to be the scent of blood. It's so special. It's for dogs. Come here. Xiao Dai immediately thought of Tang Renjie. Actually, when Long Fei came out, Tang Renjie had already smelled it and he also knew what the smell was. Tang Renjie took a whiff and said, No, I don't smell anything special. If there is, it would be Boss Manly scent. Long Fei looked at Tang Renjie. He did not foolishly know what Tang Renjie had smelled. His nose was sharper than a dog's. How could he not smell something? Tang Renjie moved and said, "Boss, how did my performance go? However, why do you have the scent of dragon blood on you? Could it be that the dangerous aura is coming from a dragon?" Long Fei said, "It's good that you know it, don't tell anyone." Tang Renjie immediately replied, "Understood." Long Fei did not say what happened inside, and directly said, "Let's hurry up and go, the powerhouse of God's tribe is about to catch up." All right. Long Fei walked to the entrance of the zombie main hall, and once again destroyed the entrance of the secret world. Everyone quickly entered the lower level. Rumble! 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 A golden hand suddenly extended out of the crack in the secret world, which tore the void apart. One of the golden armor elder walked out, while the other one followed out. Standing in mid-air. Standing in the dark world. The golden-armored elder's idea slightly moved as it gently sensed every nook and cranny of the dark world. Suddenly, a golden armor elder suddenly sank. Schwa! It instantly landed on the ground and then lightly grabbed. It grabbed a thin layer of green dragon scale, and the dragon scale really started to fade and disappear. These were the dragon scales which Long Fei had revealed when he punched the azure dragon in the beginning. Golden Armor Elder's gaze suddenly tensed up. Dragon? A true dragon. Another Golden Armor Elder descended and looked at the dragon's scale. His eyes shook as he said faintly, "Why is there a dragon here, and why is it a high-ranked one at that?" Golden Armor Elder laughed. "Seems like we underestimated that Ming clan brat. To be able to kill a dragon of this level, his Ming clan's inheritance of power must not be simple. They are at least the power of the fourth layer of the Ming clan's legacy. Of course, they did not see the azure dragon. The dragon scales that they had obtained had been diluted for a very long time. Else they would not have thought that to be the case. Let's go chase them. Don't worry, we won't be able to escape. Ha ha ha. Boom. Xianyu mountain range made a loud noise. Then a group of people rushed out from Secret World. When Long Fei destroyed the Secret World's entrance once again, even if he couldn't stop the powerhouse of God's tribe, he could still delay them for a long time. "I'm finally out." "You finally got rid of it?" "Ha ha ha. So what if you're a powerhouse of God's tribe? Wasn't he left behind by our boss?" "Ha ha ha." Everyone let out a long sigh. Being chased by powerhouse of God's tribe was truly very uncomfortable. Long Fei said, "Let's not talk too much for now, we need to hurry to Magic Tribe." The destructive power of the powerhouse of God's tribe was too strong. They could destroy the entire plane. He had to leave this plane as soon as possible. Otherwise, Long Fei would feel that it was not safe. At this moment, Kai Lina landed, his eyebrows slightly tightened, and said, "Xianyu sect is gone." It was razed to the ground. Moreover, a deep crater was created after an explosion of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius. The Xianyu mountain range began to crack as volcanoes erupted at many places, and the spirit energy of this plane became chaotic. Most likely, this plane won't be able to hold out much longer. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Is the plane about to crack? Holy **T. Chapter 2665 Can we stop it? Chapter 2665 Can we stop it? Actually, it was far more serious than what Kai Lina had said. God Capital's collapse caused a tremor in the Earth's core. The entire plane became unstable, but in less than a day, a powerful explosion occurred in Xianyu sect, causing the entire plane to be in an even more unstable state. Furthermore, the cracks underground were frantically extending, and were already linked to the cracks produced by the God Capital. Right now, the Zhenwu continent was like a ball that was about to split open. Half of the plane had already split open, and if there was another strike, the entire plane would be split into two, and all the humans, demon beast, and other living creatures on the plane would be reduced to fine powder. Even the strong ones on the Zhen Wu continent would not be able to withstand the explosion. Of course, Powerhouse of God's tribe would be fine, because they came from Universal Realm. Because they were the powerhouse. A plane of this level wouldn't be able to do anything to them. F***CK. I've always thought that I killed people like they were nothing, but compared to them, I've always been a pure little lamb. Long Fei could not help but clench his fists. Life is like grass, to the extent that, in the eyes of the powerhouse of God's tribe, his life was worse than grass. A ball of anger rose in Long Fei's heart. No matter what, even if you are the heavens and you are the gods, you cannot step on the fates of others like this. Eleusian said, in their eyes there are many planes, and many people do not need to exist. Xianyu sect. There are more than 1,000 disciples and dozens of small towns around Xianyu sect. There are at least 1 million humans and countless creatures. It just disappeared. Gue Qingshan said angrily. I already told them, but they refused to listen. Now, all of you are dead. Sigh. Everyone's expression was heavy. God's tribe was too cruel. He really didn't think much of the people of the lower planes. Long Fei gritted his teeth. Return to Magic Tribe, I will definitely settle this matter properly with them. Long Fei wished that he could immediately rush to the front of Powerhouse of God's tribe. But he couldn't. He had his brothers by his side. With his women around, he couldn't let them risk following him. He had to first open the entrance to the demon world. Those around him must be safe. If he couldn't even protect the people around him, what could he use to protect the people of the entire plane? He was not a god. He was not so kind. However, Long Fei knew that there was a reason why he could live on in each of his lives. Since the Golden Armor Elder loved to dictate the fate of men, then let them have a taste of being dictated by others. And then again, Long Fei's current strength, indeed. He had received the Azure Dragon Blood Essence, and his physical body had become stronger, but Long Fei was still not able to unleash the full power of the Azure Dragon Blood Essence. He was still unable to contend against the powerhouse of God's tribe. His strength was too unstable. Many of these powers were not something Long Fei could truly control himself. Furthermore, the underworld fire did not have much of an effect on the powerhouse of God's tribe. It needed to level up even more, so the power in his right arm was the same. How could he control it? He did not want to fall into that muddled state. He did not want to be controlled by that power. If he wanted to defeat the powerhouse of God's tribe, he had to raise his strength again. He needed time. Long Fei said solemnly, "Enter the wilderness." The idea moved, rising into the air. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, they followed behind Long Fei and quickly flew up towards the sky of the wilderness. One day later, Long Fei and his people came to the territory of Magic Tribe. To their surprise, the place was packed. Other than the people from the Magic Tribe, most of them were humans who had rushed over from other cities. Old, weak, and handicapped. Warrior, powerhouse. Countless people sat on the ground, despair evident in their eyes. Even half of the plain was collapsing, so only the wilderness and the Magic Tribe were slightly safe. There were people everywhere in the Magic Tribe, and far away, there were crowds of people that were still entering the Magic Tribe's territory. The Demon Emperor's death had already reached the Magic Tribe. They also knew about the new Demon Emperor. It was a human that they revered with all their hearts. As a result, when the humans rushed into the territory of Magic Tribe, they did not push everyone aside. Instead, they arranged for the environment as far as possible and took care of everyone who needed to be taken care of. Magic Tribe's actions also moved everyone. At this moment, there were no races in the Zhen Wu continent. Work together. To fight against the gods' tribe together. Moreover, they were also waiting. There was hope in those despairing eyes, and finally, there was a sliver of hope. Long Fei. On the magic mountain, Long Fei landed. The leaders of the various families of Magic Tribe immediately came forward and kneeled down. With a heavy voice, they said, "Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor." Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The 17th son of Devil took out his Demon Emperor badge and knelt in front of Long Fei as well. All of Magic Tribe kneeled down. "Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor." Long Fei's mind tightened at this time. He did not hesitate. He knew that the people of the Magic Tribe were waiting for him, and the entire Zhen Wu continent was waiting for him. The aura around Long Fei moved all the people in the plaza up. "Now that I, Long Fei, am here, I will definitely protect you all." And then, Long Fei quickly walked into the Demon God Hall. "Tell me about the current situation." An old man immediately said, "The southern region has already collapsed. The entire plain is collapsing and the Zhen Wu continent won't be able to hold on for 10 days. After you killed the Sky Envoy, everyone placed your last hope in front of the Zhen Wu continent. At the same time, we have also formed an army formed by various races. These people all have very high cultivation bases, but there are also some with special abilities waiting for your orders." Everyone looked at Long Fei. Long Fei didn't have any expression, but his heart secretly tensed up. "I'm afraid Powerhouse of God's tribe simply won't give us 10 days of time. Once they break through Secret World, they would immediately attack here. At that time, if there was another explosion in the Magic Tribe territory, this plane would probably be destroyed. The entire plane, the billions, the tens of billions of lives." Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath and said, "Right now, all of you should enter the territory of the Magic Tribe to the best of your abilities. No one is rejected. All life is life." The old man nodded. "As you command." Long Fei looked at him again and said, "Also, I want to know everything about the Magic Mountain." If he wanted to access the entrance, the Magic Mountain was the only place. This was what Long Fei felt. It was also the feeling he had when he had broken through the 10-story Devil Tower. The old man immediately replied, "I will immediately send down orders and gather all the information I have regarding the Magic Mountain." Long Fei waved his hand. "Go!" The crowd dispersed. Eorong walked to Long Fei's side, slowly squatted down, and leaned on Long Fei's knees, softly saying, "Can we hold on?" "I don't know." The dragon shook his head as he looked at the exclamation mark that was floating above Eorong's head. What was the difference? Could it be that he really had to penetrate her body in order to activate it? "Thank you for your support." Chapter 2666 Dragon Scale Break. Chapter 2666 Dragon Scale Break. Long Fei had never been able to find an answer to this question. He had checked the 7 Meridians painting quest hundreds of times, but there were no hints or clues. What was needed to complete the quest? What kind of standard was reached? "I don't know." There was no explanation at all. Long Fei could already do it, now he was just missing an exchange of words. Was this really the only way? However, right now Long Fei simply did not have the time to do all these. The entire Zhen Wu continent placed his hopes on him, and at this critical juncture, he had no interest in going deep understanding Eorong. Long Fei gently caressed Eorong's hair as a thought came to mind. Eorong muttered, "Why don't we escape? The Zhen Wu continent has somewhere to hide. When we're still alive, we'll enter some special secret world S." She didn't want Long Fei to take another risk. And even more so, did not want to see anything untoward happen to Long Fei. Powerhouse of God's tribe. How cruel were their methods? They didn't take human life seriously at all. Furthermore, the powerhouse of God's tribe was really too strong. Eorong's eyelids had not stopped moving for the past 2 days. Long Fei said softly, "You can't run, even if you can dodge for a while. Can you hide for an entire lifetime? We still have to face what we have to face. It's useless to avoid it." "Flee? The entire universal realm was in the grasp of the God's tribe. Where could he possibly escape to? The same as the Ming clan? He had lived for 1,000,000,000 years, but in the end, they still wouldn't let you go. Fleeing was the most useless option. Not to mention, there was no way he could escape. The Zhenwu continent is about to crack, and this continent is about to crack. All the secret world on this continent are going to crack and dimensions are going to shatter. If you did not have the power to transcend this plane of existence, you would still die. Dodging was useless. Yorong leaned in closer. Her two hands hugged tightly onto Long Fei's thighs, and gently lowered her head onto the pillow. She didn't speak anymore. Long Fei leaned on the Demon Emperor's chair and thought quietly. After a long time, Long Fei stood up and said, "If we can't find a way to open the entrance to the demon realm, then there's still a way." Yorong looked up at Long Fei and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Long Fei said, "Since we can't dodge, then let's fight." Yorong said, "That is the powerhouse of God's tribe, their strength." Long Fei said, "There is no one who doesn't die in this world, and it is the same for powerhouse of God's tribe. As long as we kill them, the danger in Zhenwu continent will naturally be resolved." "Who? I want to go into seclusion. Tell everyone to wait for my return. I want to break through the shackles of the Zhenwu continent's realm once again." And then, Long Fei took a step forward. Yorong's hands also loosened slightly. She wouldn't stop Long Fei from doing anything. She stood up from the ground and said, "Amen." Then, Long Fei disappeared in a flash of light, disappearing from the Demon God Hall. If they couldn't avoid it, if they couldn't escape, then let's fight. War was Long Fei's personality. If he was alone, he would wait for Powerhouse of God's tribe to come out. Now he represents the entire Zhenwu continent. Boom! Half an hour later, a loud noise came from the depths of the wilderness as Long Fei landed. His body floated above the surface of the cold pond as his heart sunk slightly. He thought to himself, "In the past, I relied on experience points to accumulate any cultivation to break through realms, but now I have already reached the peak of Zhenwu continent. If I do not enter a higher plane, my level will definitely not be able to go up." It was the same level setting as in the game. The highest level was level 70. No matter how much experience you received, it was useless. This was a game setting. Unless the game was updated, your experience points would be able to break through levels and level up again, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to level for the rest of your life. Long Fei was currently in this state. Unless he could break into a higher realm, his level would not be able to. Long Fei was very clear about this point. If he could still level up, he would have done so a long time ago. Just the Azure Dragon's 100 billion experience points alone was enough for him to level up. Now, the only thing I can rely on is comprehension. Then it's over. The power in my right arm. This was the only way for Long Fei to raise his strength. While they were talking, Long Fei's mind slightly sunk. His entire being became quiet. He turned around and slightly exerted some strength in his fists, causing the idea to activate the power in his right arm and change his mind. Boom! Long Fei's clothes automatically ignited. His entire body was scarlet red. A patch of blood-red scales appeared, making him look like a blood qilin. At this moment, all the restless demon beasts in the wilderness immediately crawled to the ground. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was like a monarch descending upon the world. At this moment, Long Fei's body slowly sank, falling down from the cold pond. Gulp! Gulp! Long Fei was completely still within the immense power. The idea was continuously stimulated and continuously tested. Under the water, he discovered that he did not need to hold his breath. He could completely breathe freely. Is this the power of a dragon? That's not right. Right now, my entire body is covered with dragon scales. I haven't become a dragon. And The scales on my body have only grown under the surface of my skin, but they haven't. Then, will I be able to become stronger after I break through this level of power? Long Fei's heart turned sinister. Zhang Xian frowned. A huge aura burst out crazily, all the veins in his body bulged. At this time, he didn't care about anything else. He was desperately releasing the power in his right arm to the maximum extent. Rumble! 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 The 100-meter deep cold pond began to rumble. The ice-cold, bone-piercing cold pond water began to boil and boil in less than half a minute. The entire surface of the pond was like boiling water. Not enough. It's not enough. Still not enough. Long Fei roared loudly. He forcefully released his power. He never thought that he was very smart. He also knew that he didn't have much talent for cultivation. From the start, he only relied on persevering, and his effort was many times stronger than others. He didn't understand cultivation. He didn't know how to cultivate the power in his body. This was the only way. It was also a way to die. He was continuously releasing his strength, using it to break through his limits and break through his shackles. This is a very painful process. However, this was the only method that Long Fei could think of. No matter how much pain he endured, it didn't matter to him. As long as he could become stronger, it was enough to protect the people he wanted to protect. Again. Boom! Boom! Energy boiled within his body, and his blood also seemed to be burning as it continuously surged forth. The scorching energy in his body was also being released continuously. A few hours later, one dragon scale after another pierced his skin. Chapter 26-67 Explosive Power. Chapter 26-67 Explosive Power. Dragon Scale Break. Dark red blood exploded from every pore on his body. One by one, the dragon's scale pierced the body with blood. It was very ferocious. Long Fei would feel the pain of his body being torn apart at least once. This pain almost made him faint, but he still endured with his teeth, because, with his draconic scales breaking through his body, he could feel the changes in his physical body. He could feel that the power under his right arm had grown even stronger. Hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei panted heavily, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale white as he looked at his right hand. The bloody draconic scales were filled with the stench of blood, while at the same time, they carried with them an incomparable amount of power. Who? Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he thought in his heart, let's give it a try. His right arm moved. As if accepting Long Fei's orders, the dragon's scales instantly exploded, and Long Fei threw out a punch. His entire body was currently within the cold pond. He did not use any other power, just the power in the dragon's scale. His right fist moved, striking a very ordinary blow into the depths of the cold pond. Bam! A very soft sound. It was just a splash, nothing special. His strength was mediocre. His speed was quite ordinary. His aura was also very normal, and without any change, it was just a normal strike. Long Fei thought in his heart, can't we? Is it not enough? But, suddenly, the water in the cold pond suddenly began to swirl and shrink back. Shwa! The entire pond was filled with water, millions of tons of water. At this moment, all of them disappeared. It was too strange. Moreover, the surroundings of the cold pond quickly became dry and cracked. The surrounding algal plants were instantly dried and withered. This power. Just as Long Fei was in shock, an extremely immense power existed within his right arm. It was the 1,000,000 tons of frost jade pool that had just been absorbed. Damn! He absorbed the sleeping water with a single punch? What kind of power is this? Long Fei didn't even understand it himself. His understanding of power was too little, and his understanding of the dragon race's power was also too little. What kind of power was this? Rise! With a shift of his aura, Long Fei's body flew into the air. Long Fei looked down at the dried-up cold pond and let it go. His right arm moved. Fire! Walala! Rumble! Following Long Fei's order, the 1,000,000 tons of cold pond water turned into a huge round ball, and then it smashed towards the cold pond. He couldn't feel the strength behind it. However, the moment the 1,000,000 tons of water fell into the cold pond, a violent shock wave was released. The ground began to shake and churn like a wave, rings after rings quickly swept out, enveloping an area of 100,000 kilometers. Rumble! 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 The entire wilderness was shaking. At this moment, all the demon beasts within 100,000-kilometer radius were instantly killed. His body was smashed to smithereens. Not even the flying demon beast had been spared. Not even a single mosquito remained. The cold pond seemed to have transformed into a gigantic crater, with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Long Fei was dumbstruck. Looking at his right arm that had grown dragon scales on it, he became extremely excited. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. The heck? This power. This is awesome. This is awesome. Too strong. It was hard to imagine. The scene just now continuously played around in Long Fei's mind. The power was too terrifying. Ha ha ha. Powerhouse of God's tribe, right? I want to see just how strong you are. Long Fei revealed an excited expression, then heavily descended, once again landing on the ground. He sat cross-legged, and once again released the maximum amount of power from his right arm, as well as stimulate it to the maximum extent. He wanted to completely transform himself into a dragon. There were only a few dozen dragon scales on his right arm, but he was already able to unleash such a powerful force. What would happen if he were to release all of the dragon scales? Just the thought of it made him excited. Long Fei was getting impatient. Boom! Boom! Long Fei's body released many roars, and clashed again and again. It was very difficult. It was extremely difficult to break through a piece of dragon's scale after being released a few times, but Long Fei did not give up. Even if he died, he would risk it all. A loud sound reverberated across the desolate land, causing the people on the magic tribe to tremble slightly. Many people felt fear and thought that the powerhouse of God's tribe was already in the wilderness. Magic tribe also became restless. The elderly people from the 10 tribes were crazily collecting all kinds of information regarding the Magic Mountain, organizing them as well. The patrol team led by the Transformers was also crazily arranging the people who entered the Magic Tribe's territory. Millions of people came to Magic Tribe every day. This place became the last resting place of the Zhen Wu continent. More and more people gathered. An old man wearing a purple robe stood outside the Demon God Palace of Magic Mountain. Although the old man couldn't see his face, he gave off a gloomy feeling. With each step he took, he seemed as if he would collapse at any moment, and he walked out of the great hall. When Princess Sand Moon saw him, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Old Grandpa, let me help you." The elder smiled and said, "I'm old and useless." The moment Princess Sand Moon held onto the old man, her heart trembled because he felt that there was a piece of hard wood under his clothes. Xiao Dai stepped forward and said, "Old grandfather, is there something you need?" The old man's eyes swept over the audience and his expression darkened. He said, "I want to see your demon emperor." Lu Xian turned around and looked at the old man and said slightly, "Our demon emperor? Then, who are you?" The old man indifferently said, "I'm just an old man that's about to die. I just want to see the demon emperor before I die." The old man's actions were very strange. Furthermore, his aura was completely lifeless. It's not that there aren't any. It's just that their levels weren't high enough. Liu Xian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, "Princess, come over here." Princess Sand Moon was stunned. His hands released the old man. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold light. He grabbed Princess Sand Moon and said, "The little girl is supporting me well, why did you let her leave?" The moment he was grabbed, Princess Sand Moon felt as if all his arms were gone, as if everything in his body was being drained away. At this moment, everyone in the Demon God Hall surrounded him. Eleusian stared at the old man and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The old man wasn't afraid. There wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes. He was extremely calm, and his eyes were as if he was looking down on everyone. The old man said in the same hoarse voice, "I just want to see your demon emperor. If he's here, then ask him to come out and see me. I can help him resolve this crisis." While they were talking, the old man chuckled sinisterly, "Heh heh." Chapter 26-68, Golden Armor Elder Breaking Through Secret World. Chapter 26-68, Golden Armor Elder Breaking Through Secret World. The sound of his laughter was eerily eerie. The entire palace was slowly rotating back and forth. It sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if the air itself was being frozen. At this moment, under the old man's feet, the power of death slowly spread out. The originally smooth and heavy marble floor instantly turned into sand. This power, I've never seen it before. Eorong took note of it and quickly stepped forward. The Demon Emperor is not here. The old man looked at Eorong and his hands loosened slightly. Princess Sand Moon returned back to normal. She had also felt the sensation of his arm, so she quickly retreated behind everyone. The old man looked at Eorong and said, "What a peerless woman, and she's actually a gifted soul of Underworld. It's a pity. What a pity." Eleusian could not help but ask, "What's a pity?" The old man smiled faintly. He did not say a word, but looked at Eorong and said, "When your demon emperor returns, please tell him to come to Xianyun City to find me. Remember, he must come. Only I can help him out? I'll definitely remember it." Finished. The old man walked out of the hall, and in the next step, his figure disappeared as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. After a long time, everyone reacted, and at the same time, Eorong arrived at the place where the old man was standing just now. Looking at the large piece of marble that had turned into powder, he frowned. Thin Monkey muttered, "Immortal Cloud City? Didn't the Immortal Cloud City crumble and become a dead city?" "I heard that too. Immortal Cloud City was razed to the ground overnight. The entire city has been reduced to dust, leaving behind only a piece of flat ground, not even half a brick left behind." "He's in the Immortal Cloud City? Who the hell is this old guy?" Not long later, Transformers brought a large group of people in. Who just kidnapped my sister-in-law? Who is it?" His killing intent surged. Adding 3 heads and 6 arms, the Transformers was truly terrifying. Princess Sand Moon replied, "I'm fine." Eorong stood up and said faintly, "This old man is not simple at all. He saw through my gifted soul of Underworld with a glance." And Eorong picked up a handful of marble powder from the ground and said, "The tragedy in Xianyun City could have also been caused by him." Thin Monkey said, "Damn, what happened to Zhen Wu continent? Let's not talk about the 2 powerhouse of God's tribe S, who are wreaking havoc everywhere. What are we going to do with such a perverted powerhouse now? They're all here for the boss? Why is that? How did boss offend them? F***CK. How F***King infuriating?" Transformers asked, "Who is the old man you are talking about? Was it the person who kidnapped her? Where did he go? I'll go meet him." Just as Thin Monkey wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Eorong. "Let's wait for Long Fei to come back first. What we need to do now is to do our best to look for the secret of Magic Mountain in this current situation." "Is there any news from the great senior brother?" One of the clan elders of the Magic tribe said. "There isn't anything on the side of the Magic captains, but they have already entered the Magic Mountain. So far they have not discovered anything." Eorong replied. Transformers said, "We have to do something, right? I'm really going to go crazy." They all knew that as long as Golden Armor Elder broke through Secret World, they would immediately come here. Breaking through Secret World was only a matter of time, but there was nothing they could do. That was hard. Eorong said, "Become strong. Even if we have a second, we need to try our best to become stronger than the second before. Only by becoming stronger can we fight against Long Fei, otherwise we will forever be his burden." This sentence had reached their hearts. It had always been Long Fei protecting them. Long Fei would need to save them many times, because they weren't strong enough. Transformers' gaze tensed up and said solemnly, "I understand." He strode out of the hall. The idea moved, holding the scarlet-red staff in its hand. It jumped up heavily and landed 1,000 meters away. Then with a few steps, it disappeared. The war was coming. Although they didn't know when it had started, they knew that there was a battle to the death waiting for them. Become stronger. He must become even stronger, even if it was an hour, a minute, or even a second. The big guy said innocently, "I'm going." Thin Monkey said, "I'll go too." Most of the people in the hall had already left, and they were all shocked by what they saw. He could no longer be a burden to Long Fei. Eorong looked at his father and said, "Father?" Lucien smiled faintly and said, "Do whatever you want to do, Father will not stop you." Eorong acknowledged gently before leaving the hall. She hadn't used the power of the Nether Phoenix because she was afraid of exposing her identity, but now she had been discovered. Now that things had reached this stage, he no longer had to be afraid of anything. Gifted soul of Underworld, the power of the Netherworld Phoenix, she wanted to raise her strength to the limit. This was the only thing she could do for Long Fei. Boom! 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 Deep in the wilderness, the power around Long Fei's body kept exploding. A blood-red-colored flame burned all over his body. His brows were tightly knitted, and blood-red-colored sweat rolled down his body. From the half of his arm to his entire arm, Long Fei had used an entire 2 days' time. Now, other than the imprint of the dragon-shaped body, Long Fei's right arm also had dragon scales that covered the 5 fingers of his hand. His strength became even stronger. Huff! Long Fei felt as if all of his breath was stained with blood. Every time he activated a piece of dragon's scale, his body would be in immense pain. After the pain came the sudden force of a new sky. Is it my limit? Long Fei let out a deep breath. He was currently exhausted and no longer had the energy to activate the scales on his body. Huff! I wonder if this kind of training method will work. If it's possible, maybe I won't need the power of the system anymore. Long Fei laughed. Of course. He only said that he knew that there was no system. He reckoned that he would not even be able to enter Xianyu sect, much less encounter so many people and so many brothers. However, if it could be combined with training and the system, then it would be perfect. He could cultivate on his own, and also use the system to level up. Equipment dropped. Obtaining the system reward would be such a great experience. This was also Long Fei's fantasy. If I were the system's designer, I would have definitely made up for it. Just as Long Fei was thinking about this, boom! A loud sound was heard. Soon after, a beam of fire shot up into the sky like a beam of light. Long Fei frowned, looking in the direction of the flames. He said, "The secret world has been broken through. Are you out yet?" Chapter 2669 Kill Him? Pleasure. Chapter 2669 Kill Him? Pleasure. The tremors spread and flames soared into the sky. After that loud noise, the entire Xianyu mountain range began to rapidly collapse, and huge mountains started to collapse one after another, causing the lava underground to erupt. Millions of kilometers of mountains turned into a sea of fire. It linked to the sky as if half the sky was burning. Moreover, The underground crevices were quickly linked together. God capital, Xianyu sect, and right now, the entire Xianyu mountain range was rapidly cracking and unceasingly expanding. At this rate, in less than 3 days, the entire Zhenwu continent would be in pieces. Whew! I'm finally out. I never thought that there would be such a high-level secret world in such a low-level plane. I truly never expected this. Golden Armor Elder stood on top of a mountain and looked down at the ground. Everything around them was in ruins. That brat deliberately lured us in, and then he wrecked the secret world, attempting to trap us inside to delay our escape. I'm very angry. A Golden Armor Elder was looking in the direction of the wilderness, and then, with a slight movement of his finger, dozens of golden pills flew out. Whoosh! 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 Just like a missile being fired, Golden Armor Elder's face was filled with contempt as he sneered. Does he think he can escape? What an overconfident thought. Sigh. Aren't these ants just like this? Fighting the heavens? Almost looking to die. As soon as he finished, the dozens of medicinal pills drew lines of flame in the sky, after which they descended into the desolated land. Immediately, the desolated land began to burst apart in a crazy manner. The demon beast was also good. The people who hid in the wilderness cried and knelt down to worship the heavens, but it was completely useless. No one would pity them. At this moment, a Golden Armor Elder slightly moved the center of his brows, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he laughed lightly. We found him. Heh heh. Kid, let's see where you can escape to this time. Then, a golden light flashed and Golden Armor Elder teleported out. The wilderness had turned into a sea of fire. The people who had hidden in the wilderness were fleeing frantically, but they were soon engulfed in flames. The violent explosion had also caused the wasteland to crack. Once a crack was connected to the crack in the Xianyu mountain range, it would crack open. The end of the Zhenwu continent is here. Help! Save my mother! Save my mother! Is there anyone here? Save my mother! Within the sea of fire, a little girl with a face full of filth was crying her heart out. Beside her lay a middle-aged woman who had fainted. Clearly, she was a fighter. His cultivation wasn't low. He used all of his strength to form a line of defense, protecting his daughter. A golden light descended. Golden Armor Elder looked at the little girl amidst the sea of fire and smiled slightly. Little friend, I'll save you. The girl immediately said, Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. I'll kneel down for you. Hurry and save my mother. Hurry and save her. At this moment, the middle-aged woman slowly opened her eyes, seeing Golden Armor Elder fall to the ground. Her expression tensed up, as if she had returned back to the mortal world. She held the girl behind her and pleaded, Master, I beg of you, she is only a child, just a child, I beg of you. The little girl did not understand and said, Mother, this Lord has come to save us. Look at him. His body is glowing with a golden light, and he isn't afraid of fire at all. He should be the deity you're talking about, right? Mr. Immortal, you will save us, right? The middle-aged woman trembled, grabbing tightly onto her daughter. She knew who Golden Armor Elder was, and what the golden light on his body signified. The Golden Armor Elder smiled kindly and gently. That's right, I'm here to save you, I'm an immortal. The little girl said innocently, Mother, look, he is the celestial grandfather who has shown great mercy to us. He is here to save us from the sea of fire. He had an innocent look on his face. The woman knelt on the ground and quickly kowtowed. I beg of you, please let her go. I beg of you, please let her go. Golden Armor Elder smiled faintly as his fingers moved slightly. A surge of power directly bound the woman and then, with a slight movement, placed her above the flames. Ah! The woman's whole body was on fire. She let out a series of screams, but she still shouted, I beg of you, please let my child go. Please, please. When the little girl saw her mother put the fire to roast, she immediately rushed over and said, "Mother, mother!" Golden Armor Elder said slightly, "I'm saving your mother." As soon as the power was released, the woman fell into the sea of fire and was instantly engulfed by the flames. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale and her eyes sparkled. She stood where she was, trembling. Golden Armor Elder laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Did you see that? Your mother is no longer screaming right now, so did I save your mother? Ha ha ha!" The little girl's voice was trembling as she stared at Golden Armor Elder and said, "I want to avenge Mother, I want to kill you." He took out a small wooden sword and rushed fiercely towards Golden Armor Elder. Golden Armor Elder smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I will save you too. I'll let you go and recruit your mother." Ha ha ha! A cruel sneer. With a gentle hook of his finger, he lifted the little girl up and spoke sinisterly, "There is no need for ants. It is a waste for lowly humans like you to live. All of you go to hell." The idea moved. He threw them all into the sea of fire. At this moment, from the depths of the sea of flames, a powerful surge of power came crashing towards him. His power was like a shockwave that caught the little girl in the air. Under his power, the flames were instantly extinguished, not even ashes were left behind. The little girl slowly landed on the ground. She looked around and saw a figure slowly walking towards her. One person. The Golden Armor Elder laughed coldly and said, "I've finally come out." The little girl looked at the person that walked out and asked, "Big brother, are you also a scoundrel or a deity?" Long Fei replied, "No. There are no deities in this world, nor are there any immortals. No one can become a deity, no one can become an immortal, and there is no one who can replace the heavens. You have to remember, no one can casually take control of another's life, and their life will forever be in their own hands. Did you remember that?" The little girl nodded and said, "Big brother, I'll remember it." Following that, the little girl said, "Big brother, can you do me a favor?" Long Fei said, "Tell me." The little girl pointed at the high and mighty Golden Armor Elder and said, "Can you help my mother take revenge and kill him?" Her eyes were filled with hatred. She would never forget what happened just now. Her heart was filled with hatred. Long Fei looked at the little girl's eyes that were filled with hatred and lightly smiled. "I am happy to help you. Thank you for your support." Chapter 2670. The Dead It's You. Chapter 2670. The Dead It's You. Golden Armor Elder looked at Long Fei and laughed coldly. He stared at Long Fei with a superior gaze and said, "Brat, you finally appeared. Do you think you can escape?" Long Fei laughed. "Run? I never thought of running away. If I don't kill all of you God's tribe dogs, how would I escape?" As soon as he finished, Long Fei's gaze tensed up, explode. Boom! With a huge bang, the power in Long Fei's right arm began to surge crazily. Also at this moment, Long Fei directly smashed at Golden Armor Elder's face. "You bastards killed her mother in front of the girl. Are you still human? On behalf of the gods? Represents the sky? You can't even represent a bastard." A ball of fury was burning in Long Fei's heart. He punched out. Green dragon flame. Boom! His fist began to burn. A streak of green flame was released from the flames. Golden Armor Elder squinted his eyes and disdainfully sneered. Dragon Clan cultivation technique? He even practiced a Dragon Clan cultivation technique? Seems like I've really underestimated you. The golden light on Golden Armor Elder's body stirred, all of the surrounding flames were absorbed, forming a powerful flame shield. Golden Armor Elder sneered. "I am the powerhouse, so I can represent the gods, represent the heavens, understand? Kid, you want to fight against a god? You want to fight against the heavens? Then you have to be even more powerful than the gods, understand?" As soon as he finished, the flame shield suddenly formed a huge flame net, covering the entire sky and the earth as it flew towards Long Fei. It was incomparably huge. It was like a layer of fire in the sky. Ha ha ha! The golden armor elder smiled faintly and said, "Prepare to obediently kneel on the ground and tremble." Zhang Xian frowned. The coercion of the gods' tribe's aura also instantly blasted towards Long Fei's sea of consciousness. Kneel. Golden Armor Elder was his bodyguard. Although there were no gods' tribe in his body, there was still pressure from the gods' tribe's power. It was not pure, but it was strong enough in the Zhen Wu continent. Boom! The heavens might shook. The lightning bolt struck down once again. As long as he was crushed, Long Fei would instantly be bound by the giant flaming net. However, Long Fei moved his right hand, supreme dragon knife, come out. Buzz! With a grab at the air, a blade with the back of a blade appeared. Long Fei's right hand held onto the blade hilt as he slashed at the air. Roar! 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 Numerous dragon-shaped blade chi whizzed out, shooting into the sky like living dragons, and crazily devoured the gods' tribe's pressure that was released by the Golden Armor Elder. In addition, it was instantly torn to shreds. The supreme dragon knife could even destroy the might of a dragon. Could the coercion released by a mere god's tribe guard like you compare to the might of a dragon? The golden armored man's eyes narrowed. Dragon Clan Saint Artifact? Golden Armor Elder bellowed. So what if I can cut off that pressure? It's the same as making you kneel down and tremble. The flames sunk, pressing down towards Long Fei. He punched out. Break for me. Boom! The two forces collided, and the sky of flames split apart. And then, with a walala sound, all of them were shattered as Long Fei broke through the giant flame web. He did not stop there. Rushing into the sky, Golden Armor Elder's expression was slightly unsightly. The pressure was extinguished. His strength was also shattered. It was a humiliation to him that there was actually someone who could shatter his power in such a low realm. The rage in his heart raged. Looking at Long Fei flying in the sky, the corners of his eyes turned sinister, his hands moved. You dog, you are really tired of living. Do you think that breaking through my 2 attacks is so impressive? Humph. Get down. Schwa. The huge golden light on his body flickered as he flew into the air. The power surged up to the sky like an ocean. This power. Too powerful. This time, he was determined to beat Long Fei to the ground and take back everything. Rumble. 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 The sky was splitting, the void was constantly emitting explosive sounds. The Golden Armor Elder stirred the sea of energy, heavily smashing at Long Fei. Strong. Too strong. It was several times stronger than the power of the Sky Envoy. Fast. It was too fast. It was several times faster than the Sky Envoy. Long Fei's current cultivation could not keep up. He couldn't keep up. Strength. Long Fei suddenly sunk, clenched his teeth, and clenched his fists tightly. Rumble! A loud boom echoed in his body. Immediately after, his body turned scarlet, his blood-colored dragon scales flickered, and burned as if burning within his body. Looking at the Golden Armor Elder, whose entire sea of energy was swirling, Long Fei let out a loud shout. Come. Die. Golden Armor Elder said in a deep voice. Both fists struck Long Fei's chest. The moment it was unleashed, the ocean of energy swirled up, forming a cone-shaped vortex that continuously rushed into Long Fei's body. This power. It was as if the entire Zhen Wu continent had been drained. Long Fei's body caved in, his eyes were filled with rage, and he continued to fly backwards. At the same time, the bloody scales on his chest were abnormally hideous. Ah! Long Fei let out a painful roar. After flying tens of thousands of kilometers, his body sank down and suddenly stopped. Golden Armor Elder's power was still crazily rushing into Long Fei's body. Seeing the blood scales on Long Fei's body, his expression darkened. Dragon scales. You. Are you from the Dragon Clan? That's not right. You should be a remnant of the Ming clan. The dragon race has already been stepped on by us God's tribe, so we have to be their watchdogs. You can't be from the dragon race. But, he could not believe it. However, everything before his eyes was real once again. The blood-red scales that faintly appeared on Long Fei's skin were the dragon's scale. But didn't the dragon surrender? Wasn't it suppressed by the Emperor Xian? Even Long Wutian didn't dare to fart in front of God's tribe. How could there be a dragon who would dare to go against the God's tribe? He could not understand. However, although he was shocked, he did not relax his strength. Looking at the dragon scales on Long Fei's chest, he said in a heavy voice, "Whether it is the dragon race or the remnants of Ming clan, all of them were stepped on by our God's tribe, and you are also the same. Even if you are from two races, you will still be trampled by me. Die." With the impact of the power, S chest continued to erupt with flames. It was like sparks produced from the collision of steel. At this moment, Long Fei felt the defense of the dragon's scale. Very strong. If it was before, he would have already been burnt to ashes. However, defense was not Long Fei's personality. His personality was explosive, it was offensive. His right arm moved, his entire sleeve ignited, and the incomparably ferocious dragon's scales exploded. With a heavy grip, he gloomily said, "The one who died was you." Chapter 26, 71 Golden Armor Elder Explosion. Chapter 26, 71 Golden Armor Elder Explosion. The power of the dragon's scale exploded. The blood-colored dragon's scales flickered with a blood-colored light. The power coursed through his veins and vessels and gathered in his fist. The entire world trembled. Golden Armor Elder's eyes tensed up. He looked at his burning arm and the bloody dragon scales that appeared on it. These dragon scales were very special. Not an ordinary dragon, and not a blood dragon. As for what kind of dragon, he had never seen one before. It was just that, no matter what kind of dragon it was, Golden Armor Elder was not afraid. Because, no matter how strong a dragon was, it was useless under his feet, and would still be trampled by him. Watching Long Fei charge towards himself, the corner of Golden Armor Elder's mouth slightly curled as he sneered. "Little ant, how can you overturn the heavens?" "Heaven's might." Boom! Both hands quickly formed a seal, causing the idea to soar to the sky. At this moment, the sky sank and began to wreak havoc. Streams of powerful energy came crashing down from above like a raging tide. It was abnormally fierce. The heavens were vast and mighty. The ripples spread to 1,000,000 kilometers. Under the might of the heavens, all living beings were like ants. The golden armor on Golden Armor Elder's body continuously exploded outwards with loud noises as Long Wind flew outwards. His slightly aged face carried a look of contempt as he looked at Long Fei and said, "Die." Long Fei did not stop. He didn't hesitate either. Beneath the might of the heavens, he did not even spare a glance at them, as he punched towards Golden Armor Elder's face. Buzz! The golden armor on Golden Armor Elder's body released a golden light that enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had activated his golden body. The old man also laughed loudly, "Tremble under the might of the heavens, ha ha ha." But, without waiting for him to laugh, Long Fei punched out. Crack! The golden body began to crack. Walala! The power of his golden body completely shattered. At this moment, the power from the sky came crushing down, heavily smashing onto Long Fei's mind. His entire body felt as though it had touched 1,000,000 volts worth of pressure lines, and that kind of pain. He clenched his teeth tightly. He retracted his fist. The second punch shot out like lightning. Let's F*** King see who dies first. Boom! Bam! He punched Golden Armor Elder in the face, causing Golden Armor Elder's face to darken and warp. Blood spurted out of his nose. Large front teeth flew out as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky like a kite with its string cut. One punch on the golden body break. The punch was seriously injured. This power. It was too fierce, unimaginably fierce. Even Long Fei himself didn't think of this, but he didn't think of this right now. While you're sick, I'll take your life. When he saw Golden Armor Elder fall like a kite with its string cut, Long Fei's body sank, and he almost sat on Golden Armor Elder's body, and then, bang 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 bang. His fists were like rain. Berserk critical strike. Acting tough with your father? The powerhouse of God's tribe is impressive. Are you representing the gods by chasing and killing so many people from the Zhen Wu continent? Represents the sky? I, your father, represent your ancestors. Long Fei roared heavily. Punch after punch was delivered. Every time a punch was thrown, an astonishing critical hit would float up. Looking at the long string of numbers, he really did make a fierce comparison. Boom. Golden Armor Elder was smashed to the ground. Long Fei stepped on his head, coldly stared at him and said, "Come, continue to be arrogant for this old man." Golden Armor Elder's entire face was a mess of blood and flesh. All of the golden armor on his body had shattered. The defenses on his body could be said to be completely destroyed by Long Fei. Golden Armor Elder, who had one eye blown off, gasped, said, "Brat, do you know who I am? I am a bodyguard of the God's tribe. Do you dare to kill me?" "Heh heh. I don't dare. How dare I kill you? You are the bodyguard of the God's tribe. You represent the heavens, you represent the gods. How could I dare to kill someone as high and mighty as you?" Long Fei said indifferently. The Golden Armor Elder said with a heavy voice, "Then why don't you quickly let me go?" Before he could finish his words, the smile on Long Fei's face suddenly turned cold, and he coldly said, "I will self-destruct you." Boom! He aimed at Golden Armor Elder's Mingmen and threw a dragon-scale blood fist downwards. In the sky and in the ground, there is nothing that your father doesn't dare to do. Boom! The punch landed. The Mingmen shattered. Golden Armor Elder's eyes were wide open in anger. His eyeballs were about to pop out, and his screams could still be heard from the void, "No, no!" Boom! His entire body exploded. The golden armor on his body instantly crumbled into dust. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing God's tribe, for gaining 100 million experience, 10 million true chi points, and 100 arrogant god energy value points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining God's tribe's space ring. Damn! He directly dropped the space ring, ha ha ha. Awesome! Long Fei was secretly excited. He immediately opened the system to check the space ring's content. Suddenly, he discovered that the space ring of the Golden Armor Elder looked very similar to those of the space ring in his system. Long Fei's heart immediately went cold. Holy sh**t. Could it be that all 72 space ring are powerhouse of God's tribes? Could it be that these people were all killed by me? Oh my gosh! Then I used to hang myself? Long Fei was stunned. The shape of the ring was similar to the carvings on it. It must have come from the same race. One could imagine. The 72 space ring were from God's tribe. Long Fei was a little excited in his heart. My current level is still not enough, otherwise if I were to take all these out I really would be rich, ha ha ha. Right. Long Fei's expression retracted, and his eyes stared at another place within the flames as he said, "How long are you planning to hide for? You're next. Come out." There were a total of 2 Golden Armor Elders. One died, so naturally there was one more. As Long Fei's voice fell, the shadow of the Golden Armor Elder suddenly moved. He flew straight into the sky. He frowned. The power on Long Fei's body was too weird. He had never seen a dragon with such power. Moreover, God's tribe guards were instantly killed. He wanted to report to the higher-ups. Report everything that's happened here. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up as he coldly asked, "You want to leave? Have you asked Laozi? Do I agree? I don't agree. So. Heh heh." Just at the instant when the golden-armored elder was about to fly up to the sky, Long Fei's right fist smashed against the ground as he shouted, "Myriad dragon burial sky! Roar! Roar!" Dragons' roars resounded in the sky. The aura released from his right fist immediately condensed into the image of a dragon. It was incomparably huge, and then tens of thousands of dragons burst out, smashing heavily towards the golden armor elder. That scene. It was like 10,000 heaven pillars smashing on a small ant. It was extremely shocking. Long Fei also sneered and said, "Die!" Chapter 26:72 Dragon Head. Chapter 26:72 Dragon Head. 10,000 dragons buried heaven and 10,000 dragons, oppressive might. There was no way to block it. In an instant, Golden Armor Elder descended from the sky and then fiercely attacked with 10,000 dragons. Half a second later, the Golden Armor Elder turned into a pile of meat paste. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 10 billion experience points for killing God's tribe, 10 million true chi points, and 100 arrogant God energy value points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining God's tribe's space ring. 2 notifications sounded. Long Fei said excitedly, "I broke through his space ring again, ha ha." At the same time, Long Fei retracted his consciousness and let out a heavy breath. "I've finally killed him. Now, he's in contact with the danger of the Zhen Wu continent, right?" After the 2 gods' tribe guards were killed, no one dared to cause any more harm to the Zhen Wu continent. It was also at this time. Crack! Long Fei retracted his aura, and retracted the blood-colored dragon scales. At the same time, a bone-cracking sound came out from his body. At this moment, boom! His body felt as though it was about to explode. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! His entire body fainted in an instant. Dragon scale powers backlash? The little girl ran up and shouted, "Big brother! Big brother! Big brother!" Long Fei's vision gradually blurred. He fell into darkness. Endless darkness. However, in the darkness, Long Fei felt that he was in another world, just like the special secret world he had encountered when he was facing the Azure Dragon in the Xian Yu secret territory. "Is anyone there? Where is this place?" Long Fei shouted a few times. There was no reaction in the darkness. However, just as Long Fei turned around, a dragon head that was dripping with blood appeared behind him. It was huge, sinister, and covered in blood scales. However, if one wanted to compete with the blood-colored scales on the dragon head, the blood-colored dragon scales that appeared on Long Fei's arm were simply slag. He was being watched by 2 huge blood-red eyes. He didn't know why. The dragon head was sinister, and the kind of blood pupils could crush anything, so logically, Long Fei should be afraid. Even if he was not afraid, he would still be nervous. But Long Fei was not the least bit afraid or nervous. It was completely different from when he saw the green dragon. Very strange. Long Fei stood there quietly and asked, "Who are you?" The dragon whiskers fluttered. The dragon's scale shone with a dark red light. He was like an old dragon king. After Long Fei asked this, the dragon head also produced a sound and asked, "Who are you?" It was as if he was repeating what Long Fei had said, even his tone was the same. Long Fei said, "I am Long Fei." The dragon head also voiced out, "I am Long Fei." Long Fei muttered in his heart, "Damn, what's going on?" He looked at the dragon head and asked, "Where are we?" The dragon head also repeated, "Where are we?" Long Fei was a little unhappy and said, "Being a repeater is learning to speak very well?" Dragon head still repeated, "Being a repeater is learning to speak very well?" F***ck. Long Fei cursed in disdain. But at this time, the dragon head suddenly shouted out, "Try saying it again." Suddenly, his tone changed. Long Fei was shocked. He looked at the dragon head in shock and said, "So you are not a repeater, then who are you? Where is this place? Why do I have blood scales too?" Dragon head looked at Long Fei and said, "I told you everything just now." Long Fei. He wanted to curse again, but he held back the look in his eyes that were like a dragon head. "Told me? Tell me a hammer." At this moment, Long Fei felt his body shaking slightly. Boss, wake up, what's wrong?" "Boss! Can you not use so much strength? Even if you don't die, you'll still shake me to death. Can you let him have a good rest? What are you doing?" The voices of the Transformers and a few others rang out. Long Fei's consciousness was also slowly recovering, as if he could quickly recover in this empty world. His originally heavy internal injuries were now. His body had already recovered. Long Fei looked at the dragon head and said, "I'm going." The dragon head did not intend to keep him. Long Fei was a little anxious. He felt that this dragon must have something to do with him. Why would he enter this special space? Was he dreaming? Or had his spiritual sense been absorbed into a special space? Long Fei himself was unsure. The dragon head said, "Let's go." Long Fei said, "You have nothing to say? For example, I have blood scales on me?" Dragon head said, "There's nothing that I want to say." Long Fei was a little disappointed, and then his consciousness could not control it at all, and his idea slowly disappeared. Looking at the dragon head that was dripping with blood, he slowly grew further and further away, and finally, it was hard to tell if he was delirious or delirious, but he seemed to be standing there. Buzz. Hoo. Long Fei jumped up from the bed, gasping for air, as if he was revived. And at this moment, Eorong's eyes were filled with tears. She pounced on him immediately and hugged him tightly as she sobbed, I thought. Woo. The room was full of people. Transformers, 17th son of Devil. The Princess Sand Moon, Shao Dai, the Thin Monkey, and the Big Size Man were all there. And the little girl. Seeing Long Fei suddenly wake up, everyone's eyes filled with tears. Transformers said heavily, "You're finally awake. Boss, you've been in a coma for a day and a night, and you don't even have a breath left." We. Transformers held back. However, he still couldn't hold back his tears. Everyone was the same. Long Fei was slightly taken aback and said, "No aura? Damn, didn't I die for a day and a night? But why do I feel like it only took a few minutes? Damn! What the hell is going on?" Long Fei immediately looked at his right arm. There was nothing on his right arm. Long Fei moved a little to feel it, and his eyes immediately lit up. The power has become stronger. So strange, how did it become stronger? Moreover, the number of activation tablets for the dragon's scale has increased by 2. This confused Long Fei. Could it be you, a dragon head? Blood-scaled dragon. An aura even stronger than an azure dragon. Who exactly is it? Long Fei's heart was filled with incomparable doubt. He had too many questions that he needed to find the answer to. Long Fei regained his composure and said, "I'm fine, I made everyone worry. Also, the 2 golden armor Elder S are already dead, and the danger in Zhenwu continent is also over. Don't worry, everyone." Eorong stood up and looked at Long Fei. Everyone looked at Long Fei. His expression was grave. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. He sensed that something was amiss and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 26, 73 Dimension Crash, Last Boss. Chapter 26, 73 Dimension Crash, Last Boss. What happened? Seeing everyone looking down in silence, Long Fei could not help but ask in a heavy voice. Everyone lowered their heads even more. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. It was also at this time. Rumble! 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 Violent roars came from outside the room, as though the earth was collapsing. Furthermore, Long Fei could clearly feel that the spirit energy was abnormally chaotic. This spiritual energy was impossible to cultivate. There was only one possibility for the spirit energy to be in such a chaotic state. The Zhenwu continent was still collapsing, and it had already reached a point where there was no way of saving him. Thinking of this, Long Fei immediately rushed down from the bed and rushed out of the room. Walala! 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 Yellow sand filled the sky. It was as if the entire world was covered by yellow sand, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Moreover, even the air was filled with a withered and rotten aura. In Long Fei's line of sight, other than the magic mountain, there was nothing else. This is not desertification. It was the entire world turning into fine powder. Long Fei's eyes glazed over, and his entire person froze in shock. What exactly happened? How could this be? Why is this happening? Didn't I kill those 2 golden armor elders? Why did it become like this in a single day? Long Fei frowned, looking at the densely packed magic mountainess. There were people standing every inch of the mountain peak. Furthermore, there were people standing on top of the people. In the huge yellow sand, the people on top of the magic mountain were like a group of ants, looking extremely small and weak. Everyone walked out of the room. Eorong said, "We also don't know, but when we found you in the wilderness, the Zhenwu continent began to change. In an instant, everything on the Zhenwu continent began to wither and rot. The towering tree was instantly transformed into dust. Rock too. The city too. Even people within range are the same. On this day, out of the billions of people in the Zhenwu continent, only a tiny bit is left." Her voice was very calm. However, Eorong had been suppressing his emotions the entire time, trying his best to not let himself collapse. His strength was too strong. You don't know how to face it because you are no match for him. It is just like comparing a person to the heavens. No matter how formidable you are no match for him. In just a short day, the entire plain had disappeared, and now, only the last of the magic mountain remained. Alone. However, as long as that decaying aura advanced another step, Magic Mountain would disappear from the Zhenwu continent in an instant. And at that time, Zhenwu continent would become a barren land, and not a single blade of grass would grow for 10,000 years. Long Fei was puzzled. What exactly happened? Isn't the golden armor elder sent by the god's tribe dead? Why did it become like this? Could it be? This time, the people sent by the god's tribe were not limited to just the 2 of them? Are there any other powerhouses? Long Fei secretly thought. He thought that it would be fine to kill the golden armor elder. But from the looks of it, it was far from over. He hated it too. One plain. Billions of people were killed just like that? What was this called? This was truly tragic beyond compare. This was worse than an animal. Even if human lives were worthless, this was not how they were killed. Too cruel. It was also at this time. Eorong suddenly thought of something and said, "Could it be the old man from 3 days ago?" Long Fei immediately asked, "Who?" Eorong said, "When you were training in the wilderness, a purple-robed old man came here. He said that he will let you go to the immortal Cloud City to meet him when you return, and he even said that only he can help you solve your problem, only he can save this world." When he thought about how the marble under the old man's feet had turned to dust the moment he left, Eorong became even more certain of his words. It must be him. He might be the elder and powerhouse sent by the god's tribe. Long Fei asked, "Immortal Cloud City?" Transformers said, "The Immortal Cloud City was gone a long time ago." Long Fei did not hesitate. The idea moved and directly flew into the yellow sand. Eorong's gaze tightened and also instantly pounced into the yellow sand as he loudly shouted, "Long Fei, wait for me!" Rumble! 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 The yellow sand violently swirled as the two of them instantly disappeared. Transformers wanted to follow along, but was stopped by Lucien. Don't go any further. If you go too far, it will only become a burden for Long Fei. Immediately, Lucien said, "It doesn't matter whether that old man is powerhouse of God's tribe or not, and it doesn't matter whether Long Fei can deal with him. We also have our mission." As they spoke, Lucien looked at the chief captain and asked, "Didn't we find the entrance to the demon world? Let's go take a look together. The Zhen Wu continent is bound to be destroyed, we have to open the entrance." Chief Captain also immediately said, "That's right, this is the only thing we can do for Long Fei. Everyone, follow me!" In the void, a ball of flame flickered. From afar, it looked like a flickering fire lotus. In the next moment, he had appeared in another plane. The fire flashed again. And then, he appeared in another plane, one step at a time. However, he was not satisfied. "Kid, you have to hold on. Don't let me come here for nothing. I'm already so fat. If you let me come here for nothing, then it would really be unbearable." Human Emperor. Of course, he was a fat man, a huge fat man. With one step, the flame was engulfed. The next second, it appeared in another plane. It was just that. The Zhen Wu continent was the most remote place in the universal realm. It was impossible to reach there as soon as possible, and the human emperor's speed was already at the limits of the universal realm. The human emperor looked at the space above his head. The most distant place was the universal realm. At this moment, the destruction cannons of the heavenly palace were already prepared and aimed at the Zhen Wu continent. As long as they fired their cannons, the Zhen Wu continent would be instantly killed. The human emperor said solemnly, "You have to hold on. Kid. I don't want to make another mistake." He used all of his strength. Zhen Wu continent. Inside the yellow sand, Long Fei and Eorong flew together. Eorong held Long Fei's hand tightly. She really did not want to take another step away from Long Fei. If Long Fei was going to die, she would definitely accompany him. Thus, this time, she did not hesitate to follow him to the Immortal Cloud City. The Immortal Cloud City is just right in front of us, it's just that it's now a flat land covered in yellow sand. Eorong faintly said. At this moment, the sound of an azure dragon resounded within the Immortal Cloud City. It was hoarse like the sound of sand choking its owner. "Kid, you've finally arrived." Chapter 26-74 Laozi is your ancestor. Chapter 26-74 Laozi is your ancestor, you're finally here. A gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. At the same moment, a purple-robed elder's figure appeared in midair. A pile of yellow sand gushed out from beneath his feet. It was like a layer of earth beneath his feet. This scene. It made Long Fei think of the god of the desert. However, the elder of the desert god was nothing compared to him. When Long Fei looked at the old man, his first thought was that he was strong. Very strong. The aura emitted from his body was extremely different from the aura on the golden armor elder. It was very different, as though he was a person from two different worlds. They were both from the descendant of God's tribe. Why was the difference in their cultivations so great? Moreover, he had single-handedly turned the entire plain into a desert. This power. What kind of power was this? Long Fei's mind was tranquil, and he said faintly, "You knew I would definitely come?" The purple-robed elder said, "You want to save your brother, you want to save your woman, you must come if you want to save Zhen Wu continent." "I expected it," Long Fei said. "Aren't you afraid that I won't come?" The purple-robed elder said, "You won't." Long Fei asked with some doubt, "Why do you say that?" The purple-robed elder said, "Because your life will not allow these people to die in vain." Long Fei was silent for a moment, then asked, "Who are you? Why did you wait for me?" The purple-robed elder said, Who I am is not important, the reason why I am waiting for you is naturally for the power of the ancient inheritance on your body. As long as you give me the power of the ancient inheritance, I will leave and this plane will be safe. How is it? After he finished speaking, the purple-robed elder looked at Long Fei. The triangular eyes were very gloomy. It was as if he could see through people's hearts. Being stared at like that was unbearable. Long Fei tried his best to remain calm, and said, "Other than the things that you've said, I have another method that I can accomplish." The corner of the purple-robed elder's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. "What method?" Long Fei said, "I'll kill you." The purple-robed elder's expression didn't change. With a slight movement of his hands, the yellow sand on the ground quickly gushed out and dripped from the gaps between his fingers. He said, "You can try. I can give you a chance." Long Fei's eyes slightly tightened and said, "Try it." The purple-robed elder said, "I'll give you a chance." Before he could finish, Long Fei's chi suddenly exploded and he bellowed, "Then let's try." Boom! With a flip of his left hand, the underworld fire moved and instantly locked onto him. Buzz! Release him. The underworld fire directly ignited on the purple-robed elder's body, but the damage floating above the purple-robed elder's head had turned out to be a series of English letters. Miss. 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 It didn't deal any damage. Dealing with the golden armor elder would at least inflict a few digits of damage, but, in front of this violet-robed elder, he couldn't even break through his defense. Underworld Fire's attack power was extremely strong. He had instantly killed the powerhouse of the true martial emperor and sea king. He couldn't even break through the defense. How strong was he? Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The purple-robed elder said, "You don't even have the strength of the ancient inheritance to grasp the skin. People from lower realms like you are simply not qualified to obtain this kind of high-level inheritance. It's better to obediently hand over your strength." His words were filled with disdain. Earlier, his body hadn't moved at all and he didn't use any defensive power. The underworld fire's attacks were useless against him. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister and he said, "What are you trying to say? People from the lower planes aren't qualified. Then you are qualified. You think someone like you is qualified to kill someone? A person like you who views human lives like grass?" Boom! As soon as the power in his mind activated, the power in his right arm suddenly erupted. Under his clothes, the surface of his skin used a huge amount of strength, and his scarlet-red dragon scales flashed. Boom! 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 The power continued to rumble. Clenching his right fist, Long Fei took a step forward. Boom! He was like a bullet that was shot out. In a split second, he was released and he instantly appeared in front of the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's eyes flickered slightly. "Not bad, there are other powers as well." The punch landed. Boom! The purple-robed elder didn't even move as a trail of yellow sand gushed out. Long Fei's fist felt like it had been thrown into water. The power was instantly absorbed by the yellow sand. At the same time, the purple-robed elder was slightly shocked as he looked at Long Fei with curiosity and said, "This power? Not the super force of Ming Clan." Boom! Another punch. However, once again, he was absorbed into it. The old man stood there without moving at all. The yellow sand around him exploded around his body like shields. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. His fist flew out like a torrential storm. Every time he was blocked by the sand, the power of his fists would be absorbed by him in an instant. It was impossible for him to hit the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder didn't even move. He did not use any of his strength. However, his eyes were still staring at Long Fei with a serious expression. "This power of yours, your strength." Strangely, there was no trace of the super force of Ming Clan. But it's much stronger than the super force of Ming Clan. Moreover, This power is just the beginning. Could it be that you still have another source of ancient inheritance power? She stared at Long Fei. Long Fei's fists were going berserk as he attacked ferociously. However, it was still useless. The power on his fist was useless. Even if he released the power from the mark on his right arm, it would be useless. He couldn't even touch the corner of the purple-robed elder's clothes. How could he deal damage? The violet-robed elder was far too powerful. Golden Armor Elder and the purple-robed elder were on completely different levels. Long Fei's heart also became tighter and tighter. Huff! Suddenly, Long Fei retreated suddenly, his eyes staring at the purple-robed elder as he exhaled deeply. The purple-robed elder also stared at Long Fei and said slightly, "Why did you stop? I already said that you only have this one chance." The chi on Long Fei's body suddenly moved. At this moment, the purple-robed old man seemed to have thought of something, and his 5 fingers suddenly grabbed out. A surge of power landed on Long Fei's clothes and abruptly split it apart. At this moment, the blood-red scales on the surface of its skin were incomparably savage. The purple-robed old man's eyes immediately became tense. "Dragon Clan! You! Blood Dragon! Who are you?" Also at this moment, the dragon scales on Long Fei's right arm fiercely exploded as his sleeves ignited, and he threw out a punch. Roar! The dragon roared as the air trembled. Power was also particularly fierce. In that instant, Long Fei gave a heavy shout and said angrily, "I am your ancestor." Chapter 2675 The Big Fatty. Chapter 2675 The Big Fatty. The draconic scales exploded. Long Fei's right arm was like a dragon arm. The fist was covered in a bloody mist. Twisting, fierce, it suddenly exploded and a heavy punch landed. In that instant, the purple-robed elder suddenly thought of something. His eyes turned sinister as his eyes became even more excited. At the same time, the yellow sand was withdrawn. Long Fei punched down. Strangely, the purple-robed old man did not dodge the fist. Instead, he forcibly withstood it. Boom! The energy shockwave exploded outwards, enveloping the entire Zhen Wu continent and causing the entire plain to tremble. It shook violently. At this moment, the purple-robed old man was also blasted downwards. It crashed to the ground. The ground sank. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers instantly caved in. A powerful shockwave also swept up from the ground. His strength soared to the heavens. They continued to spread out before finally joining together with the energy shockwaves in the sky. It was as if the sky and earth had fused together. Yorong looked at Long Fei in shock. After a few days of not seeing him, Long Fei had become strong again. Rumble! 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 Wave after wave of power blasted out, causing the void to shatter and rumble. In the deep pit, there was no aura. Due to the earlier attack being too fast, Long Fei did not immediately see the numbers that floated above the purple-robed elder's head, nor did he see the amount of blood that floated above his head. But there was one thing that Long Fei could confirm. The violet-robed old man wasn't dead, because the system did not sound. While he's sick, take his life. Since his punch had landed, he definitely could not give him the chance to get up again. Long Fei's body dropped. He rushed straight into the deep pit, and with a slight movement of his aura, he crushed the rolling sand into the pit, where the purple-robed old man laid. His clothes were torn apart. It revealed a skeletal body. He was like a dried-up corpse. Blood dripped from his forehead. It looked very ferocious. Seeing Long Fei rushing down from midair, the corners of the purple-robed elder's lips curled up slightly as he laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly. Even in my dreams, I would never have thought that other than having the inheritance power of the Ming clan, you would have another higher-level inheritance power. Blood-red dragon scales. It's even more powerful than the super force of Ming clan. Then there is only one possibility. You are Long Fei. After he finished speaking, a glimmer flashed in the eyes of the purple-robed elder as he stared at the approaching Long Fei. He said slowly, "You are Long Fei, the one who was messing with guillotine 100 years ago. Am I right?" Heh heh. Long Fei didn't know what a guillotine was. He didn't know what power was beneath his right arm. After hearing all that the old man had said, Long Fei asked, "So what if I know?" The purple-robed old man laughed lightly and said, "I didn't think that you would still be alive. Even when Emperor Xian personally attacked, he still didn't kill you. But your life can only end here." Long Fei said solemnly, "I still don't know whose life is." The power in his right arm exploded out. With the blood-colored dragon scales and the dragon's roar that appeared from under his skin, Long Fei unleashed his strongest power at this moment. It struck heavily towards the purple-robed elder in the deep pit. Crack! 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 Space itself began to crack and shatter. Layer after layer, red flames burned on Long Fei's right fist as he roared and roared in the air. The violet-robed elder laughed coldly. That's not right. To be exact, you haven't even released the skin power of the ancient inheritance. If you can control 1% of its power, I might not even be a match for you." What a pity! What a pity! It's a pity that you don't know how powerful you are, and you don't know how to release them, so you have no right to them at all. I'll let you know what the power of the ancient inheritance is, then. The violet-robed old man made a grasping motion with his hands, and then all that was left of his hands was darkness, as if he was afflicted with necrotic disease. The plague was spreading like crazy. After a moment, purplish-black spatial fragments appeared to his left and right. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The violet-robed old man's body straightened and he waved his hands. 2 large pieces of purplish-black void fragments shot towards Long Fei. Boom! The punch shattered. Boom! Another fist shattered. Could he not block it? Or was it intentional? The purple-robed elder laughed sinisterly and said, "I already said, you don't even know what the power of the ancient inheritance is." A fiendish look appeared on his forehead. His aura exploded. Immediately after, the purple-colored spatial fragments that were shattered by Long Fei exploded in the sky, and also happened in an instant. Boom! The sky was decaying. A huge piece of decaying sky rumbled on Long Fei like a rock. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 Long Fei crazily jumped and dodged, but those square blocks in the sky were too big, and the entire sky was collapsing, so even with his speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge. In the blink of an eye, those cubes in the sky immediately surrounded Long Fei. Just like a magic cube, Long Fei was trapped to death in the center. The purple-robed elder laughed softly. "How strong is my ancient inheritance? I'll tell you. The ancient inheritance is the power of this world. The universal boundary, and even the universal realm are born from the ancient world, and every strand of the ancient inheritance's power is a part of this world. Once you completely grasp this world's power, you will be able to control it. My ancient inheritance. Rot. I can even rot the sky, what do you think? Ha ha ha. However, from today onwards, I will be adding 2 more ancient inheritance powers." The purple-robed elder slowly floated up, and looked at Long Fei who was in the middle of the square. He laughed sinisterly. "Your power will soon be mine, ha ha ha. As long as I obtain your power, then I can become an overlord of a region and become the #1 person under the Emperor Xian. Ha ha ha." As he laughed maniacally, the purple-robed elder's 10 fingers flashed with a decaying light. Eorong anxiously replied, "Long Fei." Long Fei immediately said, "Don't come over. Don't come over here." Eorong couldn't save him. Moreover, the purple-robed elder was simply too strong. He wasn't a match for him at all. The power of the ancient inheritance. Long Fei still did not know how to cultivate. No matter how strong the power of the ancient inheritance he possessed was, he did not know how to use it. Ha ha ha! Kid! Your power is mine now. The purple-robed old man thrust his hands into the magic cube. It was also at this time. A huge fatty fell from the sky. Chapter 2676 Everything's Gone. Chapter 2676 Everything's Gone. A huge hole was made in the sky by the decaying power of the purple-robed elder. These large holes trapped Long Fei like a layer of sky. However, it just so happened, a person suddenly fell from the sky through a large hole. A huge fatty. However, the purple-robed elder had yet to realize that all of his attention was on Long Fei yet. 2 strands of ancient inheritance's power, and they were both at the initial stage. In other words, as long as he could absorb these 2 energies, it would be his. Thinking of this, the purple-robed old man couldn't help but feel excited. Yi Zichen moved his hands. He fiercely inserted it into the magic cube and solemnly said, "Give me your strength, ha ha ha." Crazy absorption. And at this moment, countless streaks of lightning flashed out of the magic cube and directly connected onto Long Fei's body. It was densely packed. Long Fei's entire body was filled with lightning. It was a powerful absorption force. Eorong's pupils tightened as he shouted loudly, "Long Fei!" At this moment, Eorong did not care about that. His body moved, directly transforming into a huge dark phoenix, and his completely black body fiercely rushed towards the purple-robed elder. The violet-robed elder didn't pay any attention to him. A streak of yellow sand directly knocked Eorong flying. Eorong pounced again, but it was the same. It was impossible for him to get close. He was instantly sent flying by the yellow sand. Long Fei was in unbearable pain. Every single bolt of lightning linked onto every single piece of dragon scales on his body, and all the energy on his body was frantically being absorbed. It wasn't painful. The pain he felt was that when he saw Eorong being sent flying, the anger in his heart soared to the skies. *CK your ancestors. His strength was also constantly being released. However, the more he unleashed his power, the more he resisted, the more the power in his body dissipated. The Ming clan mark on his left arm trembled. The space seemed to be collapsing. He couldn't take it at all. The purple-robed old man laughed crazily in a sinister manner. "Kid, the more you resist, the more you struggle, and the faster your power will be lost. Ha ha ha! You're everything. Everything in your body is mine. Ha ha ha! The power you cultivate, the cultivation method you cultivate, the soul treasure on your body, everything is mine. Ha ha ha!" In the massive sky magic cube, Long Fei's entire body was firmly trapped by the lightning, unable to move at all. Moreover, the Sky Demon Cube was a massive array formation. He was frantically absorbing the energy from Long Fei's body. Ding! System notification. Fairy from Heaven's Sword art has disappeared. Ding! System notification. Illusion Berserk / has disappeared. Ding! System notification. 1 million Grand Mist crystals have disappeared. Ding! System notification. The Underworld Thunder has disappeared. One after another, notifications began to ring like crazy. His cultivation technique was disappearing crazily in his cultivation technique column, completely out of his control. Not only that, the treasures within Long Fei's space ring were also disappearing crazily, and were completely absorbed by the purple-robed elder. Furthermore, all of these things were directly transformed into energy within the Sky Magic Cube and were absorbed by the purple-robed elder. The spirit treasure within the space ring was trembling. The Nantion monument was trembling. The dragon soul fragment was trembling. The 72 space ring trembled. The Ming clan's mark was trembling. The underworld fire was trembling. Long Fei's fused power, the cultivation method she grasped, was being quickly stripped away, and he was unable to control it as he used it. Ha ha ha! Brat, this is the power of ancient inheritance, do you understand? Ha ha ha! This is the power that you do not understand. Ha ha ha! It's all mine, everything on you is mine. When the purple-robed elder absorbed the power in Long Fei's body, he became even more berserk. He did not expect Long Fei to have cultivated so many high-level techniques as well as various powerful spirit treasures. Ding! System notification. The sun-killing arrow has disappeared. Ding! System notification. Absorbing skill has disappeared. The system beep continued to ring. Long Fei's heart was weeping blood. If he wanted to control them, it was like grabbing the water in his hands. He grabbed upwards with all his might, but all of them were lost, completely out of Long Fei's control. At the same time, the pain that Long Fei's entire body was in was indescribable. That kind of bone-shattering, that kind of body-tearing bit by bit, as if tens of thousands of cannibal fish were biting him. His cultivation technique was disappearing, his strength was disappearing, and his cultivation base was also disappearing. If this continued, Long Fei would be directly sucked to death. System, damn you, don't you have any solution? Can there be a way? Damn you, you can't just watch me die. If I die, you will also disappear. Your designer shouldn't want to see me disappear, right? Long Fei had no other choice. All of his strength had been bound. Buzz. Just at that moment, the sky sword suddenly floated up. It started to collide with the space ring. Long Fei's heart tensed up. No, 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 no. The sky sword had accompanied him the moment he had transmigrated to the Zhen Wu continent. It was about to fly out right now. Long Fei had promised her that he would save her. It was also at this time. The supreme dragon knife also floated up. Boom. They also started to crazily ram into the space ring, as if they couldn't control it either. The 72 space ring also floated up. The cultivation technique column had already been emptied. He no longer had any cultivation technique. Long Fei did not care about the lack of cultivation methods, but he definitely could not lose them in the Sky Sword S. Otherwise, how could he save the Sky Sword spirit? Long Fei. Eorong was unable to attack the purple-robed old man, so she began to attack the Sky Magic Cube. A heavy blow. However, don't catapult away the moment she rushes over. Seeing Long Fei's painful expression, Eorong did not want to live. She was ready when she came. If Long Fei died, she would accompany him. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and power surged through him. Boom. The supreme dragon knife flew out. Ding. System notification. The supreme dragon knife has disappeared. F***CK. Long Fei gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound. A huge amount of power surged into the purple-robed elder's body. The purple-robed elder's face was flushed red as he said excitedly, "Ha ha. The existence of Super Artifact S. There is actually such a soul treasure in your body? However, I'm not far from the power of the ancient inheritance. Ha ha ha. Boom. Ding. System notification. The Sky Sword has disappeared. F***CK. Hint my ass. Hint your system's maternal grandma." Long Fei watched as the Sky Sword uncontrollably flew out. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of energy that was absorbed by the purple-robed elder. The space ring also flew out one by one. He couldn't hold on any longer. Long Fei was unable to hold on. An elder from the God's tribe was controlling the power of the ancient inheritance. The purple-robed elder was too strong. Moreover, when his cultivation reached the peak level of ancient inheritance, Long Fei's strength was not his opponent at all. Just as Long Fei was about to give up, the sky suddenly exploded. A fat man had shattered the sky magic cube. Chapter 26:77 Human Emperor. Chapter 26:77 Human Emperor Walala. The sky demon cube shattered. Crash. It was like shards of glass falling to the ground. At this moment, the purple-robed elder's body suddenly sank and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His entire body exploded outwards like a remnant thread. Huff! The magic cube shattered, and those chains of lightning also disappeared. Long Fei exhaled a deep breath, his body sinking down, and his entire body dropping down from the sky. There was no aura from his entire body. There was only a tiny bit of health left. Even the spring of life had stopped circulating. Long Fei fell from midair and instantly flew over. The big fatty was indeed the human emperor. The human emperor looked at Long Fei, who had fallen into the air. His brows tightened and said solemnly, "Is it still too late?" Just as he was about to fly towards Long Fei, the corners of his eyes twitched. A streak of purplish-black lightning charged towards the human emperor. The human emperor's eyes turned sinister. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of fire burst forth and struck the black lightning with his palm. Rumble! One slap was like a layer of heaven. The black bolt of lightning was instantly extinguished, and a black figure smashed into the ground. Boom! The ground split open for tens of thousands of meters, and the purple-robed elder in the deep pit was covered in blood. His face was pale, and with his mummified body, he looked even more unsightly. Ho! The purple-robed old man was panting heavily as he stared at the sky and said, "Human Emperor!" The fat guy said, "You still know me?" The purple-robed elder said, "You dare to go against the God's tribe?" The fat man said, "It's not the first time that I've gone against the God's tribe. This old man has worked with the God's tribe for tens of thousands of years. Have I ever been afraid of one?" The purple-robed elder's gaze tightened. "Human Emperor, this person is extraordinary. Today I must kill him. If you dare to stop me, Emperor Xian will definitely not let you go." Indeed, the human emperor had been fighting with the God's tribe. However, all these years, the God's tribe did not even put him in their eyes, and only had a few clan elders, but even these few clan elders were too much for him, causing him to continuously retreat. If Emperor Xian makes a move, one palm was enough to crush his human royal island into dust. The Emperor Xian was too strong. Even if the human emperor cultivated for another trillion years, he still wouldn't be a match for the human emperor. However, the human emperor had never submitted, and he did not like being threatened. The fat man said, "Threatening me? If you have the guts, try touching him again." The purple-robed elder's eyes narrowed. "Do you have to interfere?" The fat guy said, "I was just interfering. What about it?" From the corner of his eyes, he looked at Long Fei, who was bleeding all over. Yorong hugged her tightly. She was crying like a tearman right now. At this moment, Long Fei was also on the verge of death, but the pain on his body was not the most fatal of them all. Countless cultivation technique. Gone. Nothing. Everything that he had possessed was suddenly nothing. This feeling was like falling from heaven to hell, an unbearable pain. The purple-robed elder said indifferently, "You and I both know what kind of power that brat has in his body. 2 ancient inheritances and the ancient martial arts. We will split it evenly, and I believe that once we obtain his power, you will be able to recover your position as the overlord of the universal realm, and I can give some compensation to the God's tribe as well." How is it? The power of the ancient inheritance was too enticing. The strongest power in the universal realm was the power of the ancient inheritance. To the powerhouse, if they could get an additional strand of ancient inheritance power, they would have absolute authority in the universal realm. Other than the Emperor Xian, very few people had the power to wield 2 more ancient inheritances. Then again, The two ancient inheritances in Long Fei's body were simply too powerful. Anyone who trained to the peak of this path would be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. The purple-robed old man made such a condition. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to resist it. The human emperor's heart was slightly moved. It was too tempting. However, the fat man's mind went wild. Aren't you thinking too beautifully? The purple-robed elder said. Don't tell me you want to keep it for yourself? Human emperor, you cannot be too greedy. If you obtain all the power, as long as I tell the Emperor Xian, how long do you think you can live? 1 day, 2 days? 3 days? He can't do it anymore. The power in his body, his cultivation technique and spirit treasure are all gone. Now, only the two ancient inheritances are left. The two of us will each have one. You left, I right. How is it? The left side has the inheritance of power from the ancient Ming clan. The left side has the inheritance of power from the ancient Ming clan. The purple-robed elder spoke crazily. He believed that no one could resist the temptation of the Ming clan's power, especially the powerhouse of the universal realm. The human emperor had been trampled on by the gods' tribe all his life, so people like him thirsted for more power. The human emperor's fire legacy that he had mastered could not even contend against the gods' tribe. If he had another ancient inheritance that ranked in the top 10, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. The title human emperor made the universal boundary feel reverence once again. An irresistible temptation. The human emperor's heart began to tremble as well. Boom! The flames beneath the human emperor's feet started to move. The flames beneath his feet started to ignite the devilish intent that had grown in his heart into ashes. Poochie! Blood dripped from the corner of the human emperor's mouth. Heavily wounded. The consequences are serious. But, if he didn't do this, the human emperor himself didn't dare guarantee that he would be able to resist the temptation. After all, he yearned for power too much. He truly desired the power of the powerful ancient inheritance. Always being crushed, always being suppressed. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. The purple-robed elder's eyes darkened and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. He said, "You are so ruthless. You dared to use such a heavy attack on yourself. Demon intent has already formed in your mind. You know very well that you want this brat's strength." The human emperor said, "You are right, I did want it at the beginning, but now I don't think about it at all." The purple-robed elder said, "Human emperor, you don't need it, I want it." Shwa! The purple-robed elder suddenly charged forward. The human emperor's eyes grew sinister as he asked, "Do you think you can touch him?" The purple-robed elder said solemnly, "If you dare to stop me, the entire gods' tribe will not let you go." The human emperor coldly said, "You can't go back, how does God's tribe know about what is happening here?" The purple-robed elder said, "You want to kill me?" The human emperor said, "Your answer is correct. I want to kill you." Boom! With an explosive sound, the purple-robed old man. While the two of them were fighting, Eorong held Long Fei, looked at the incomparably weak Long Fei, and said gently, "No matter where you go, I will always accompany you. If you die, I will also die with you." While they were talking, Eorong heavily hugged and kissed Long Fei's pale lip. At this moment, a system announcement rang out in Long Fei's mind. Ding! Chapter 2678, Mysterious Strength of the System Reward. Chapter 2678, Mysterious Strength of the System Reward. A heavy kiss. Tears rolled down his pale face. Tears seeped into Long Fei's cheeks. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Super Quest 7 Meridians painting, Life and Death Accompanied. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for completing 1/7 of the quest. You have received the mystical power. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! System notification. The mysterious power has been successfully fused. Without even needing Long Fei to give any orders, the system had already fused the mysterious ability into Long Fei's body. Very strange. At this time, even if Long Fei's mind was completely clear, he probably wouldn't be able to give out any orders. Just as the fusion of the system's reward of mysterious power was completed, a power that looked like the power of Seal suddenly erupted from Long Fei's right arm. Roar! The dragon's roar shook. In that instant, bloody light filled the skies, enveloping the entire region. How big was a world? Covering dozens of planes around the borders of the universal realm. In an instant, the scorching sun turned blood red, the sky turned blood red, the yellow sand turned blood red, and a bloody mist enveloped the earth. The whole scene was just like the Scarlet Moon mode in the game. Blood purgatory. What is this? The purple-robed old man's body sank into the ground, and he flew tens of thousands of meters away. He looked at the blood mist and the blood-red sun, and his forehead tightened. He had never seen anything like this before. He had never felt such power before. The human emperor was the same. His eyes were also tightly creased. He knew that Long Fei's identity was special, but how special was it? What exactly was the reason behind him obtaining the power of the ancient inheritance? No one in the entire universal realm knew. Even the Emperor Xian didn't know. The only person who knew of this power was himself. Of course, this was something that he had learned during his first life in ancient world. Even the current Long Fei didn't know what kind of power this was. The human emperor said lightly, "What a dense qi. This power. I've never seen it before." It was strange. It was as if he was a chess piece within his aura. A chess piece that is not under his control. As long as the chess player idea moved, they would charge forward to kill it no matter what. Gudong. The purple-robed old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at the human emperor and said, "Human emperor, that boy's strength has been used to protect its master. Even after exploding, there is still a rush. How about this? You want the power on the right, and I want the power on the left. The two ancient inheritances are both peak-level ancient inheritances. What's the point in fighting them to the death? What's more, you are already heavily injured from slaying the devil will. If you continue to fight, you might not win against me." The purple-robed elder stared at the unconscious Long Fei. The greed in his heart was burning. Completely dominated. Especially when he saw such a powerful protective power erupt from Long Fei's body, he was unable to control it even more. The human emperor shouted, "Stop dreaming! This power doesn't belong to you, nor does it belong to me." Humph! The purple-robed elder's eyes turned vicious as he took out a magic tool from under his sleeve. "Shwa! You stubborn pig, talking to you is a waste of my time. You don't want it. I want it." One sword to break through the void. Buzz! His entire body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it also landed on top of Yi Yorong's head. With its 5 fingers, it grabbed towards Long Fei's head like a ghost and shouted, "Ancient inheritance, corruption. Drink it. Don't even think about touching half of his hair. Ancient inheritance. Human emperor's fire." Boom! A flame burst out from the human emperor's body. The flame rushed out and engulfed the purple-robed old man. The flame was like a blooming lotus flower. It was extremely powerful. However, the purple-robed old man curled his lips and sneered, "Heavenly escape armor. Hidden." His aura moved, and the vicious old man in purple suddenly disappeared. The human emperor's eyes narrowed as he cried out inwardly, "Crap!" The human emperor's fire missed. The air ruptured as the purple-robed elder appeared in front of the back of Long Fei's head from the other side. His eyes were filled with wild excitement. "Ha ha! Human emperor, you can't stop me!" He made a grasping motion with his 5 fingers. Like 5 steel nails, they instantly grabbed onto Long Fei's head. He jabbed with his fingernail. Crack! All 5 fingers pierced into Long Fei's head. The purple-robed elder became even more excited. It's all mine. All of my power is mine, ha ha ha. Drink it. The purple-robed elder was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was now just a step away from obtaining the ancient inheritance on Long Fei's body, and only needed to absorb its power. He knew. The power of the ancient inheritance in Long Fei's body was extremely strong. Thus, this time, he used all his strength to release his strongest power and sucked out Long Fei's ancient inheritance in the shortest amount of time. Eorong's eyes did not move, as if he was dead. After she embraced and kissed him, Long Fei's body slowly became ice-cold. She knew Long Fei was dead. She didn't want to live anymore either. When the human emperor saw the purple-robed elder stab his finger into Long Fei's head, his eyes turned sinister. Be careful. Ha ha. Too late. Too late. The purple-robed old man laughed crazily. His dried-up hands started to move. Wave after wave of powerful energy frantically rushed out and entered Long Fei's body. And then, in this instant, the power of the purple-robed elder seemed to have taken root within Long Fei's body. Then, with a violent suction, everything in Long Fei's body began to shake. Ha ha! Ha ha! Mine! Mine! As the power began to circulate, the purple-robed elder could already feel it. At this time, no one could stop him. If he was interrupted, Long Fei's death would be even more tragic. At this time, all the human emperor could do was stand there and watch. This feeling was even worse than killing him. The fat on his body, which weighed more than 400 jin, trembled. The human emperor's chi even caused the top of his head to emit smoke. But, just as the purple-robed elder was about to absorb the ancient inheritance's energy from Long Fei's body, the originally still or dead Long Fei's eyes suddenly snapped open. Buzz! A flash of light. The pupils of his eyes abruptly changed as the blood vessels slowly condensed within them. It turned into a bloody pupil. At this moment, a frown appeared on his forehead and his eyes narrowed. Absorb my power? Your king tired of living. Boom! At this moment, the purple-robed old man's pupils contracted. His body began to rapidly tremble, and he couldn't stop trembling. He wanted to pull out his palm, but he discovered that he was firmly sucked in. It was clearly him trying to absorb Long Fei's power. But now turn it all over. The power from the purple-robed elder's body began to be crazily sucked into Long Fei's body, including the techniques he had taken away from Long Fei earlier, the energy that the holy artifact had transformed into. The Table of Contents. Table of Contents, let go. Let go. Hurry and let go. Let me go. Let me go. The purple-robed old man started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. His entire body started to tremble. The energy, cultivation, chi, techniques, spirit treasures, all started to surge out from his body like a torrent. The speed was outrageously fast. You want to suck me in? Come on. Take another sip, Laozi will let you finish. Long Fei suddenly stood up. The spirit chi around his body seemed to become like a king in the Scarlet World. That kind of arrogant and domineering aura. Those cold and proud eyes. The world of the paragons. Eorong was stunned. Looking at Long Fei suddenly felt very strange. It was as if he had never seen it before. The expression in the human emperor's eyes darkened as he looked at Long Fei's bloodshot eyes and asked, "How did you become?" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei glared at him. Scram! Boom! A powerful aura of blood surged out and directly collided with the human emperor's body. The human emperor's body caved in and his body that weighed several hundred jin was sent flying, rolling on the ground like a ball of meat. Bang bang bang! Thousands of meters away, the human emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Long Fei. This power! He didn't even have time to react, let alone block it. If not for the fact that he still had the power of the ancient inheritance to protect him, this gaze would have instantly killed him. The human emperor was shocked. What exactly is the power of the ancient inheritance? I've never seen it before. It had never appeared in the universal realm. New power? That's not right. There was only one strand of power in his body, and that was the power the Dragon Clan's powerhouse had poured into his body and had sent out so many Dragon Clan patriarchs to protect him. It was simply impossible for it to be a new power. What kind of power is that? Long Zhanting. Oh right, only he and this brat's mother Mu-Wana knows. The human emperor slowly stood up. He did not dare lightly approach, as the current Long Fei was no longer the Long Fei from before. The powerful strength in his body. The rage was burning crazily. Right now, Long Fei seemed to have fallen into a berserk state. His spiritual sense was the current power. Go ahead. King sucked Laozi away again. Absorb your father. How many guts do you have? Long Fei roared, the aura on his body ignited with scarlet flames. The dragon scales on his right arm seemed like they were about to fly out. The dragon-shaped mark on his right arm was also incomparably sinister. The heavenly Tao escape armor had been absorbed. The purple-robed elder's body continued to tremble rapidly. Let me go, let go. I need to hurry up and let go of me. I am the presbyter of God's tribe. If you dare kill me, God's tribe will not let you go. Master Emperor Xian will not let you go. Long Fei revealed a look of disdain. What is a God's tribe? Emperor Xian is that pussy again? When Laozi ran rampant in ancient times, he was still not born in his mother's womb. The aura on his body was overwhelming. The purple-robed old man's spirit was starting to crack and his consciousness was unable to take it anymore. He said, "Killing me is making the entire God's tribe your enemy. Brat, you have to think carefully about the consequences. If you dare to kill me, anyone who is related to you will die, this plane will die, and that devil realm of yours will die too. Your dragon race will also die." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's eyes moved. He raised his right leg and with a powerful kick, he pushed the purple-robed elder down to the ground. Bam! The violet-robed old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Fei's right hand moved as he held onto a few strands of the purple-robed elder's white hair and coldly said, King threaten me, your father? Zhang Xian exerted all of the strength in his body. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The power in the purple-robed elder's body became even more ferocious as it frantically sucked away the power from his body. His expression changed. No, 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 my ancient inheritance's power, no, no. Lord, I beg of you, please don't. No. Don't absorb the power of my ancient inheritance, no. Boom. The purple-robed elder had truly turned into a dried-up corpse. Moreover, in this instant, with a tug of Long Fei's strength, the purple-robed old man's head was snapped off. With a stomp of his foot, the old man's head crumbled and said sinisterly, "This is the result of threatening me." In Long Fei's mind, the system sounded out. However, Long Fei didn't care about it. Instead, he raised his eyes slightly, stared straight at the human emperor in the distance, and said coldly, "Another strand of the ancient inheritance's power. Another piece of trash. I really wonder why ancient world nurtured and gave birth to such a power." The human emperor's gaze tensed up, and he immediately replied, "Long Fei. Oh, you even know my name?" Long Fei looked at the human emperor and said, "Since you know my name, then you are either my little brother or my enemy." "That's not right. My enemies have all been killed by me." "Are you my little brother?" "That's not right. Every single one of my brothers are 10,000 times stronger than you. You don't even have the qualifications to be my little brother. How could I have a damn fatty like you?" "Right. Where is my heaven pillar? What about the 8 heaven pillar?" Long Fei swept a glance across the place and discovered that this world was a little strange. The human emperor didn't understand a single word that Long Fei said. Little brother, what heaven pillar, or 8 of them? He had never seen it before. However, the human emperor said anxiously, Long Fei, wake up, don't let this power control you. Without waiting for the human emperor to finish speaking, Long Fei glared at him again. Boom! The human emperor retreated back for tens of thousands of meters as a blood skeleton appeared in his chest. They couldn't even withstand a single glance from Long Fei. The human emperor crawled up from the ground and said, Long Fei, wake up a bit. You are Long Fei, the son of Long Zhanting and her. Don't let anyone control your mind. Damn fatty, are you courting death? Long Fei's figure moved. He landed right in front of the human emperor and said coldly, I am an ancient evolution, without a mother or father, how can my parents be them? Humph! You look tired of living. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. Arrogant. Domineering. Table of contents, in his eyes, everything was trash. Any words that displeased him, he would kill. It was also at this time. Eorong shouted loudly, Long Fei. Long Fei turned his head slightly to look at Eorong and his gaze tensed up. What's wrong? Do you want to stop me? The idea moved. Boom. The blood-red power within his body exploded forth. The human emperor was floating, and Eorong was also floating. He was being covered by the blood-red energy, and the moment moved, they would be turned to powder. Heh. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. It doesn't matter if it's the heavens or the earth. Don't even think of stopping me by half a step. Long Fei said arrogantly. However, the act was not finished. Long Fei's eyes darkened as he stared at the Nantian monument floating above his head. He muttered, Damned repression of boundary stones. Chapter 2680 Suppression. Chapter 2680 Suppression. Damn it. You follow me wherever I go. Do you think I owe you something in my lifetime? Long Fei's bloodshot eyes looked up into the sky, where the Nantian monument was quietly floating. He didn't move at all. However, at this time, Long Fei did not dare to move. He knows what the power of the Nantian monument is. To him, this broken rock was like a knife hanging over his head. If he randomly moved it, the knife would fall. As the blade fell, the head was severed. Long Fei was fearless, but he had to restrain himself a little before the Nantian monument. Hey! Brother, I'm not moving. You're not moving. Say, why do you always follow me? Do I owe you money? Long Fei squinted and ridiculed. He looked at the human emperor, his eyes still filled with contempt. He did not want to waste words with anyone. He also didn't want anyone to talk nonsense with him. The thing that annoyed him was very simple. Directly exterminate. Who is the human emperor? I don't know. However, the human emperor knew his name. If the person who knew his name wasn't his little brother, then he might as well go die. The reason was simple. He never needed a reason to kill. The Nantian monument floated in the air motionlessly. Long Fei continued to speak. How many years have you suppressed me? Aren't you tired? How about this? I'll put you on top of the ancient sacred mountain, where you can absorb the ancient era's essence, and you can train from a piece of rock to a person. Don't bother me, okay? Long Fei continued. The Nantian monument still did not move. It was as if he was a person looking at him silently without saying anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Then it's settled. Don't stop me. Finished. Long Fei looked at the human emperor again, and out of the corner of his eyes, he also looked at Eorong. In an instant, the two of them were lifted up by a powerful force. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up and he said, Heh. Not waiting for his aura to explode. The Nantian monument disappeared into the air. However, Long Fei's eyes tightened as he scolded heavily, Your sister. Rumble, Rumble! Rumble! Bang! With a loud noise, the sky split apart and a ray of light shot down from the sky. At the same time, that piece of Nantion monument also descended, not giving Long Fei any time to react. Moreover, the instant the Nantion monument disappeared, Long Fei knew that something bad was about to happen. Even from the moment the Nantion monument appeared, Long Fei knew that this guy would definitely not let him off easily. Universal boundary. In the countless dimensions of the ancient world, this broken stone was Long Fei's only nemesis. Fuck your ancestors. Long Fei raised his middle finger towards the sky. The Nantion monument suppressed down, and directly smashed onto the top of his head. Buzz. Rumble. Long Fei's body sank. The ground within a radius of 1,000 kilometers caved in, causing sand to fly everywhere. It was as if the world had come to an end. The Nantion monument landed heavily on Long Fei's back. Just from its appearance alone, Long Fei looked like the legendary Bibi. However, it would be too embarrassing if she just wanted to compare it with Long Fei. F***CK. I haven't even been on stage for 10 minutes. It's not fun at all. The bloodshot look in Long Fei's eyes disappeared bit by bit as he muttered to the Nantion monument on his back, "Just you wait, there will be a day when I smash you into pieces. Just you wait, father." Boom! As Long Fei spoke, the power on the Nantion monument exploded once again. It was as though he was enraged. Long Fei's body sunk down once again, he was really unable to get up, and his entire body was buried in the mud. The blood veins in his eyes had completely disappeared. At this time, the human emperor and Eorong flew over from the sky. Eorong did not care about all that. She did not care who Long Fei was, nor did she care who the terrifying person was in Long Fei's body. She only knew that he was Long Fei. That's all you need to know. She quickly ran up and picked Long Fei up, hugged him tightly against her chest, and looked at his pale face. Long Fei, don't die. Don't die. Please don't die. We don't have a bridal ceremony yet, and I haven't even become your wife. Please don't die, okay? Can you not leave me behind? Please. Don't die. Eorong's tears could not be stopped. She had not accompanied Long Fei properly throughout the entire journey, and she was now filled with regret. She regretted every one of her decisions back then. She regretted not accompanying Long Fei properly. The human emperor stood at the side, his eyes stared blankly, his heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely shocked. He knew from the very beginning that Long Fei was not simple. He was regarded as the last hope of the dragon race. The crystals of Long Zhanting and Mu Wan'er. Furthermore, he channeled a surge of power into his body. No one knew what this power was. However, 100 years ago, the dragon clan's hope had been shattered, was suppressed by the Emperor Xian. With the help of the Emperor Xian, who could still live, everyone thought that he had died, including the Emperor Xian himself. But now, just now, the ancient inheritance's presbyter of God's tribe was instantly killed and turned into a dried-up corpse. He also felt the power. Irreversible. Compared to his power, the human emperor felt that he was the sky while he himself was just a small ant. This was the feeling of such a huge difference. But what was the power that erupted from Long Fei's body just now? He didn't know at all. He had never seen such power before. Could the Emperor Xian do it? Now that the force had disappeared, Long Fei fell into a coma, and the human emperor had fallen into a daze. Was Long Fei going to save him? This is a very important question. He had saved Long Fei, but if he turned into that state again, not to mention him, even all of Universal Realm S wouldn't be enough to kill him. Would he become a homicidal maniac? Would such a person be saved? The human emperor couldn't help but think about it. Because just now, Long Fei did not even let his woman go. That Long Fei was too brutal, and once he was released, no one would be able to stop him. Eorong looked at the human emperor and said, "Can you save him? Can you save him? I beg you. Please." Eorong immediately knelt down towards the human emperor. The human emperor looked at Eorong, who was crying so hard that he looked like he was about to cry. "Even if something bad happens, this blame will fall upon the entire ancient world. And, if the power in his body were to explode, who could block it? A great clan of the ancient world? God's tribe? All of them were crushed to death by him. Heh. The order of the world hasn't changed in 1,000,000,000,000 years. It's about time to change, isn't it?" While they were talking, the human emperor in front of him moved his right hand and a pellet appeared in his palm. With a light movement, the elixir turned into liquid and directly flowed into Long Fei's body from his mouth. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.